X, sir.
There is one, Elohim, creator of all things. He delivered his people from the house of bondage in Egypt. He is the creator of all things, the Most High Yahuwah, that created the heavens and earth. There's no limit to his power, nor to his grace for those who love him. He is righteous, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. He is pure, with no body of flesh and bones, but a spirit. Yahuwah is love, but also hates the things that are impure and evil. His love is so great that he sent his son Yahusha, whom the world unknowingly and ignorantly calls Jesus. I do not mean ignorant in a disrespectful way, but I mean those lacking in knowledge. Yahusha was born of a virgin woman and was prophesied to come from the lineage of his chosen people, Yasharal, who are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yahusha was without sin, just like his father Yahuwah. No impure thoughts nor deeds of wickedness came from him. He taught the laws and commandments of Yahuwah, known as the Torah. He walked in them, he lived them, and according to Torah, before Yahusha was born, animal sacrifices were for the purification of sin. The children of Yasharal did these sacrifices in order to enter into the presence of Yahuwah Elohim. But Yahusha was that lamb without blemish, and because he died and carried the sins of the world, through him we now have direct access to Yahuwah. Yahusha was that sacrificial lamb that was slain to atone for the sin of all mankind that believe on his name. Genesis 22:18, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. This was Yahuwah Elohim telling Abraham of the coming Mashiach, or Messiah Yahusha. Them that believe in him shall be blessed, and through his blood being shed, those that follow in the ways of Torah observance have the chance to inherit the promises of Yasharal, be it the bloodborn and those of other nations grafted in. This is the greatest love of all, that Yahuwah sent his son to redeem all nations, that would accept his son and walk in his ways. For this reason, I will perpetually esteem Yahuwah and Yahusha. All praise to the Most High.
Hey, X, sir. X, sir.
Yahuwah is our creator, Yahusha is his son, but they are not separate, they are one. In Exodus 3:14, Yahuwah says to Moses, I am who I am. When you go to the people of Yasharal, tell them I am sent me, Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This verse shows he is the one and only creator. In John 14, verse 6 through 9, Yahusha told Philip, if you have seen me, you have seen the Father, proving again that the Father and Son are one. Yahuwah says in Jeremiah 29, verse 11, for I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says Yahuwah, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. The only way to understand Yahuwah is to read his words starting from Genesis. The Bible is about the history of a nation of people that were in direct covenant with Yahuwah, known as Yasharal. He chose his people, Yasharal, to help the world know he is the only true living Elohim. We must not try to force Yahuwah to conform to our will, but submit and conform to his will. In Isaiah 55, verse 8 through 9, Yahuwah says, for my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, says Yahuwah. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. There is only one way to Yahuwah, that is through his Son, Yahusha, believing in his Son and keeping the laws and commandments to inherit his kingdom. Leviticus 19, verse 37 says, remember all my laws and commandments and obey them, for I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Yahuwah loves you all. Shalom.
Xer.
Can't be like these other rappers, man. We set apart. I ain't like these other rappers, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't following the world, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't trusting in the science, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Dress and drag for a bag, no, that ain't me. No, that ain't me. No, that ain't me. I got faith in Yahuwah, but no faith in the world. My faith can't shake, I got faith in his word. If you say you love God, give me space to observe. No evil is hid from my face, says the Lord. Through times of tribulation, I will always press forward. Yeah, Christ is coming back, we must endure and wait for it. No weapon formed against me will ever prosper. Romans 12 to a verse for your sons and daughters. I ain't like these other rappers, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't following the world, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't trusting in the science, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Dress and drag for a bag, no, that ain't me. No, that ain't me. No, that ain't me. You cannot say you love this world, then you say you love God. Friendship with the world is enmity with my God. And my trust and my hope is not well placed in the world. Satan think he won this race, but he about to get served. You can't walk the straight and narrow, cause the broad way is curved. 1 Peter 1:16 is where my heart is preserved. Even if you don't believe in him, your judgment's reserved. But Christ died to save you, so do not be disturbed. I ain't like these other rappers, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't following the world, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. I ain't trusting in the science, cause that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Ay, that ain't me. Dress and drag for a bag, no, that ain't me. No, that ain't me. No, that ain't me.
Chapter 12. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God.
Yo, 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 all esteem to the Most High, Yahuwah, and his son, Yahusha. Shabbat shalom to everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. Listen, y'all, boy, this week has been something else. Man, give me a 1 in the chat if you've noticed there's been some sort of spiritual shift that's taken place since this eclipse. Something not normal is going on, family. And I know it's not just me. Give me a 1 in the chat if you've noticed that there's been some kind of shift. Like the other day, I got extremely, extremely sick. Like I don't get sick like that. I'm a very healthy Yahudi, y'all. But I got so sick and I had like this really, really, really bad pain in my stomach that I could not explain. And at first, when I woke up feeling like this, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I just have food poisoning or something. No, y'all, I had not eaten nothing that day. My pain in my stomach was so bad. Family, listen, they are doing something. These heathens are doing something with CERN and releasing shadim or spirits, and we're having these reactions to it because they are releasing shadim. What they are doing is real, y'all. Okay, I see ones in the chat. Yeah, family, there's some wicked stuff going on right now. There is really some wicked stuff going on. And I'm not saying that the Most High is not, you know what I'm saying, doing good on behalf of what the wicked are doing. But this is a time where you are going to experience some things and you're going to see some things that we've never seen before. That's 100%. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to I Love My Fro. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Good to see you. Guys, can I please get all praises to the Most High in the chat? I have to preface this with prayer because, I mean, if you guys are experiencing it, I know it's something we need to be praying about. So I'm going to just do Yahuwah's Palah before we jump into this, boy, oh boy. I got off social media, guys. So if you haven't seen me in Discord being as active or messaging as much, the Most High has just been pulling me away from social media. I will still be doing teachings. I will still be coming on here, going live and things like that. I just won't be as active in the Discord. I deleted Facebook. I deleted Instagram. I deleted a lot of my social media apps. I'm just going on a fast right now from social media. So let's just do Yahuwah's Palah real quick in the Bari tongue, and we'll jump into this lesson. All right. Abinu, Bashamayim, Yakadashamka, Malakuthka, Bua, Yarauka, Alaraskan, Bashamayim, Natan Lanu Hayum At, Lakam Bahasarak, Usala Lanu, Lakatinu, Lanu Salakatam, Lakatain, Kara Lanu, Apara Lanu Lata'a, Aba Uyasha, Lana Mu Rasha, Lamakuthka Shalat, Haka Uhakabad, Bahasham Alka, Shamuth Yaua Uyahusha Aman. Our Father in heaven, separated is your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth, so it is in heaven. Give us this day this covenant. Forgive us our crimes as we forgive those who portray crimes against us. Lead us not astray, but rescue us from evil doing. For your kingdom reigns, the power and esteem, in the name above all names, Yahuwah and Yahusha. Amen. All right, y'all. Boy. Yeah, it's just been a lot. It's been a lot, y'all. The spiritual warfare has been serious. I talked to my Ak yesterday, and I was asking him if he's been sensing it, if he's been, sensing the shift that's been taking place. And he's like, yeah, it's definitely real, y'all. It's 100% real. Lyric in the building. Shabbat Shalom, sis. But we are back here once again, and we're going to go ahead and get into this lesson. And what's even more weird about this, y'all, is normally the Most High gives me a lesson ahead of time before that next week follows. I got my lesson very, 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 very late this week, which is very unusual. The Most High usually gives me something usually early, but this was the first time that I've ever gotten a lesson this late before. So we're going to get into it. Let me give me 1 second here. Let me share my screen. Let me get my shout outs also. Let's see. Who did I not shout out? Maya, Barak Yahuwah, who is Yahusha, Rumamu Yahuwah. Yes, Yahuwah is Yahusha. Yada Yahuwah. Good to see you, sis. All esteem to Yahuwah. Frank Abarag, shout out to you, Aki. Shabbat Shalom. Tashara is in the building, one of our beloved moderators. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Yes, family, we need to be esteeming Yahuwah even in these times right now. I'm esteeming Yahuwah super hard today because of what I experienced, because of what the spiritual warfare that I've been dealing with, y'all. I'm serious. Like this last week that's just been gone by has been massive. It's been hard. You know what I'm saying? But I give all esteem to the Most High. I shabak Yahuwah despite all of this. Whenever you go through tough things, you go through spiritual warfare, you have to learn to praise him in your circumstances. Praise him in advance for how he's going to bring you out. Esteem him in advance for what he's going to do, even in the spiritual warfare. So yada Yahuwah. All right, y'all. So we're going to jump into this thing. Please be sure to hit the like button, family. All right, here we go. Let me full screen this. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, wonderful. All right, so this lesson is, are you willing to be hated? Okay, this is one thing I don't think a lot of people understand about this truth. Being in this truth, you are not going to be loved. You are not going to be accepted. You will be hated. And this is one thing I wish I would have known. You know what I'm saying? When I first came into this, because a lot of us have this like false idea that, oh, I'm in the truth now, so I'm not going to deal with so much separation. I'm not going to deal with so much warfare. I'm not going to deal with so much, jealousy and people not wanting to deal with you.
it is so strong when you really come into this truth, which proves to me this is really the true way of the Most High. Because when I was a Christian, I had a hard time understanding how Yahusha says that you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake, but yet I see that everyone loves the name Jesus. Like if I go outside right now and I wear a hoodie with Yahuwah and Yahusha's name on it, nobody's going to recognize that. But if I go into Walmart with a Jesus name written on my shirt, people will come up and randomly talk to me. People will come up and randomly say hi to me and have a conversation with me about JC. Okay? That is not the narrow path. Because it says you will be hated for Yahusha's name. Give me a 1 in the chat if people have attacked you for simply saying the name Yahusha and saying you do not use the name JC because it's pagan. I want to illustrate something because I'm going to put a 1 right now. My mother called me today, and I normally don't talk to my mom because I done told y'all a few times what she's about and how she's very condescending and just don't see the good in what the Most High is doing for me as far as this assembly and everything and my music and all that. So I just don't really talk to her. But she said, I don't listen to your music and I don't watch what you do because you done turned away from the things that I showed you and the things that I've taught you. You turned away from gospel music. You turned away from the talents he's given you. And now you're doing things that I don't understand. So essentially, mother, you don't want to rock with nothing I do because you don't want to believe that your religion is false. You don't want to believe that Yexer actually did his research. Okay, I see 1s in the chat. So we've seen how just the name Yahusha HaMashiach, just saying the name Yahuwah, how it brings so much warfare against you. These Shadim, or these demons, they hate the name of Yahuwah and Yahusha. They do not fear the name of Jesus Christ. They do not fear the name of God. Because if they did, the name Jesus and God would not be on your billboards when you're driving down the highway. There wouldn't be commercials. There wouldn't be celebrities like P. Diddy that are doing all these satanic rituals to these young boys, you know what I'm saying? Saying, I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. They should be struck down for that. But they're not being struck down. They're given a platform to say these names. You've been seeing a lot of, celebrities that are converting to Christianity all of a sudden. Do y'all not realize this is part of the plan? Christianity is part of the strong delusion, and the anti-Messiah will come in the name of Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, the Mahdi, and all these different religions. But yet, when it comes to the name Yahuwah and Yahusha, they're okay with Yeshua. They're okay with Lord. But when you say the true Abari names, you say Yahweh, you say Yeshua, they got the smoke for you. This is all spiritual. And let's go ahead and let's jump into this, y'all. All right, let me read some of these comments before we jump into this. They can't defile the true names of Abiyah and his word made flesh, John 5:43. Yes, they are not allowed to say the name Yahuwah, Yahusha. They will not be given a platform to say these names. That is for sure. The only reason they're allowed to say Jesus and God and all that is because they want those names promoted. Because those names are not a transliteration, they are a substitution for the true Abari names of the Messiah as well as the Father. Frank Aberek says, ever since choosing this path, I thought all my friends and family would love to hear it, and it's quite the opposite. It's sad. Yes, it is, Aki. It is very, very hard. My mother is 100% Abari because, see, in my family, we don't really believe in mixing. We don't really believe in, swirls, the swirlonomics. So I have a family of Yahudim. It's only recently that some people in my family have gone after these other nations. But for the most part, our bloodline is pure. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, it's hard to get this truth across to my people because they're under these curses and they don't want to see it for what it is. And most of them think Christianity is the true way. It's really sad. But y'all, we're going to jump into this, y'all. All right, so let's go. So do you expect to be hated? This is so important to understand in this truth. You're not going to be popular. You're not going to be liked. Your family will turn on you. Your friends will turn on you. All right. All right. So in this lesson, we will take a look at a very misunderstood topic, persecution and the hatred of Yahshua? Are you expecting to be hated? That's a question you have to be asking yourself, because if you truly read the scriptures, you will understand that you will be hated, okay? You should, if you understand the scriptures, to the nations who have been grafted in and cleaved to Jacob, you will also experience this as well. So you have the bloodline of Yahshua that experiences hatred every single day. We are a byword, we are a reproach, we are hated by all the nations, right? But those who are grafted in, who have cleaved spiritually, you will also be hated. You will also be hated just as much as us. And that's what the nations who graft in, who cleave to Jacob, have to understand, that you will also be hated just as much as we already are. This is not just people online. This is your immediate family, friends, your wife, your husband, and those who are not in the truth. There will also be some in the truth who will also turn against you because they've given an ear to false doctrine. I've seen this with my own eyes, y'all. I've seen people that we were all in this together. We call them names, Yahuwah, Yahusha, but now they don't give their ear to false doctrine, and now they're saying something completely different than what they might have been saying initially. So you got to be careful. There are some tares within this truth just as much as there's tares outside the truth. You got to be guarded at all times. Very soon, you're going to have to start distancing yourself from certain people that will not accept the truth because they will hold you back. Now, that doesn't mean you need to stop praying for them. Whoops. My bad, y'all. I have the video playing on my phone as well. This doesn't mean you stop praying for these people, and it doesn't mean you stop loving them, okay? But sometimes you have to do that from a distance, because Hashatan will always come for you through the people you love the most, okay? I have seen marriages break apart from this. I've seen, one person wanted to serve Yahuwah, Yahusha, knew that Christianity was paganism, and then, the spouse wanted to stick with church and stuff like that. Broken up households, you know what I'm saying? The kids might be on one side of this, but the wife might be on another side. This thing is very divisive, okay? It really, truly is. That's what I'm telling you. If you're unmarried and you're seeking marriage, it's best to find someone in the truth. It's best to find someone in the truth. If you're from another nation, find someone from another nation that's in the truth. If you are a Bari and you are a Hebrew, you need to find you someone from the tribe that's in the truth. Trying to, for example, it's a bad idea if I am a Yashurali. Let's say I didn't have a girl, right? That's in the truth, right? Let's say I was just a single Abari Yashurali, a Hebrew Israelite, right? And I wanted to try to date a Christian Black woman. That's not a good idea. Even though she is of the tribe, even though she is of the nation, she has been indoctrinated. So trying to break this to a Black Christian woman is going to be very, very difficult, vice versa. Let's say you're a Israelite woman and you're trying to break this to a Black Christian man who's a Yahudi. It's going to be extremely hard to break the programming, okay? It's just like, look at what I'm dealing with my mom. She don't even want to hear this, but she claims she believes in the Bible. She want to run back to the colonizer religion. So it's best to find someone in the truth. If you are unmarried, that's the best thing to do. Now, if you are married and your significant other does not accept this truth, I'm not saying I encourage divorce, because I know the Most High looks down on it. But since you made a covenant before the Most High, you have an obligation to try to help them to see this, whatever it might take for that to happen. Sit down with them, try to get them to watch these studies. But at the same time, you got to understand, you cannot love your spouse, your husband, your wife, your family, your child, your whatever, more than you love Yahuwah, because that is idolatry. Okay, you cannot put anyone or anything above him. Nothing is more important to your relationship. Nothing's more important than your relationship with Yahuwah and Yahusha, which is why I'm saying, if there are people that are making you doubt this, making you feel like you need to go back to the lie of Christianity just to be accepted in certain circles, you need to reconsider who you're dealing with. I'm serious. I understand this is hard. This road is not easy, but this is why it's the narrow path, family. This is exactly why it's the narrow path. All right. Now, to the descendants of Jacob, the hatred you are experiencing is an ancient hatred, as we've talked about plenty of times before. But always understand that the nations who you are a reproach to was brought upon us by Yahuwah. This is one of the many curses of Devarim or Deuteronomy 28. Okay, so if you think about 28:32, 26 through 48, obviously you will be a byword. You've got these words right here: black, colored, Haitian, Africans, this, that, all these different bywords that they use to describe us. SLAVES, raccoons, you know what I'm saying? NIGG, hard ERs, boys, Africans, whatever. All these different words that they've used to describe us is a result of the curses. Okay, so when we think about the hatred we naturally experience, we experienced this even when we were Christians because of who we actually are as a people. And these curses that the Most High has placed upon us is the reproach, okay, which is what we're dealing with. And now the nations that are cleaving to us are also experiencing a certain sense of reproach. It's not the same reproach, because if they see if a white person is grafted into Yasharal and they go into a store, maybe they're not going to be followed around the store, right? But their family and friends might reject them because they're telling them things like, well, the Messiah is black, white Jesus is a lie, so on and so forth. And they're starting to see that telling people the truth about the Messiah even, or who his people are, they're starting to call them NIGGER lovers. Shout out to Danielle in the chat. She has told me specifically that she has been attacked by her own family members. They have accused her of being on drugs. They've said all these negative things about her, even though she's proven with scripture we're the people of the book. They have turned against her. Shout out to Danielle, because she is one of the other nations that has grafted to us, cleaved to us, and she's told me about these experiences she's had. So, yeah. All right. Devarim, Deuteronomy 28:37, you shall become an astonishment, a proverb, a reproach, and a byword among all nations where Yahuwah shall lead you. So Yahuwah said that upon our ancestors, we would experience being a reproach, being a byword, and being a mockery amongst all nations. Okay. And this is still even in effect today. Are we still under the curses to a certain extent? Yeah, because obviously the nations still hate us. But as far as the severity of the curses, not so much. But do the nations still hate us? Oh, of course they do. This world hates Yahusha and his people, as well as those who have accepted him and truly follow his ways. This world is currently focused on building a satanic kingdom that will be established to persecute those who believe in Yahushua HaMashiach and follow his teachings, which is Torah. Many have been deceived into believing that Jesus Christ is the true Messiah, but this world fully accepts him and the name attached to him. I can personally attest to a greater persecution I've experienced since I've used the true Abari or Hebrew names of Yahuwah and Yahusha. And we just talked about that previously. You will not be accepted by the world if you truly live for Yahuwah and Yahusha. That's the truth. The hatred, the persecution, and the feelings of loneliness is a part of this walk. Okay, this is the narrow path. Okay, when you were a Christian, you were invited to teach. You could easily find a Christian church in your neighborhood. You could be accepted. However, finding people who truly believe in Yahuwah and Yahusha and keep Torah is not so easily found, which is why a lot of us, we gather together here online, because really, truly, we're all we got. You can walk down the street right now and find a Christian church. You can drive down the highway and see a number saying, "Do you know Jesus?" It's so easy to find a safe space for Christianity or any religion, even Kemet. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is find some people wearing the Ankh on their, Ankh necklace, or, have a tattoo on their body of the Ankh. But when it comes to Yahuwah and Yahusha, finding people that truly understand this Sabari way and keep the feast days is hard to find. You want to, I mean, unless, you know, you find some of our people on the streets, you know, some of our brothers and sisters of the nation in the streets, but some of them have given ear to false doctrine and are not fully walking in the truth. You try to deal with them, try to explain things to them, they don't want to hear it. So when we're talking about the full truth of what the scriptures say, that is very hard to find unless you're online. Which proves, once again, this is the narrow path, because even in this truth, there's a lot of divide that's taken place. However, finding people who truly believe in Yahuwah and Yahusha and keeping Torah is not so easily found. That's on purpose. Just like how people don't accept true Yasharah or care to keep the feast days or the laws and commandments, this path is truly narrow. Now, for some people, no matter how much scripture, no matter how much evidence you present, people continue to reject what you say. But you must understand that not everyone you love and care for is meant to make it to the kingdom, as hard as that may be to accept, family. I know that that's hard to hear. We care about our people. We care about our families. We care about those around us. But we have to understand that not everyone is going to make it, y'all. Not some of our beloved people are going to make it. As hard as it may be to accept, because they serve the mighty one of this world, who is Hashatan and not Yahuwah, whether they know it or not. And his will is to have you walking in total objection to Yahuwah. This world has been trained to automatically shut themselves off from certain things that tie to the truth. A lot of these terms that are used to label us are really just trigger words to automatically make a person reject or dismiss what you're saying. Let's take a look at some examples. All right, y'all. So let me share some videos I have here with you guys. And I'm going to just show you a few examples of this as we continue. I Love the Truth says no businesses, no hospitals, no schools, no supermarkets, no banks, no law offices, no recreation centers, no farm, no corporations, but churches everywhere. Exactly. Exactly. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Child of Yahuwah 89 is in the building. Shalom. Shabbat shalom, Aki. It is good to see you, family. Good to see you. So we're going to take a look at these videos here, y'all. And we're going to just pay attention to how people react to certain things being revealed. Let me show you guys this real quick. All right. So I have a handful of videos here. We're going to go through some articles, and I'm going to just show you, when it comes to this truth, how people act. So first, let's see. We're going to start off with, boy, I got so many videos, man. Wow, wow, wow. I don't even know where to start, y'all. Okay. So we'll start with us, because obviously we're hated. Take a look at these videos real quick, and I'll be back.
Racism is wicked. Wicked, evil, destructive, and it contradicts the worldview of the Messiah. You might be asking, why bring this up in a message like this? I want to say, because as a church, we are faced today with those who are attempting to actually infiltrate Christian communities with Marxist, neo-Marxist, ungodly ideologies, where they're trying to cause division between God's people based on skin pigmentation. It is destructive, it is wicked, it is evil, and it goes against everything that makes this so glorious. Jesus here, talking about the Olivet Discourse and the Great Tribulation and the coming on the clouds of the Messianic King to get the nations, should destroy any ungodly attachments we have to our skin color.
Okay, but see, that's the problem with these nations. He wants to single out Black Hebrew Israelites, right? And I understand to a certain extent why they're doing that, because some of our people don't have the best way that they present the truth, which I do understand to a certain extent, right? But the thing is, the people who created racism are Caucasoid people. It is white people. They are the ones who have perpetuated racism. The whole truth shall help me, Yah has sent $20. Thank you so much, beloved. All esteem to Yahuwah. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Shabbat shalom to you. They always like to put racism on us, right? We're the greatest example of racism, right? But who created classifying people based on their skin color and treating them less because of said skin color? They always talk about this truth doesn't matter because it's, Jesus or whatever doesn't care about your skin color. But they've proven it does matter when it doesn't look like them. So I just find it interesting. It's always, oh, black man this, black man that. Oh, God hates racism. So imagine how the Most High feels about y'all, because you guys have been the perfect example of perpetuating hatred towards a certain people. You guys have been Hashatan's greatest tool when it comes to the persecution of the true Yashrualim, or what you call Israelites in English. They created the NEK, Shabbat Shalom says, they created the white JC2, but when we correct it, we're wrong. Exactly. See, but the thing is, as I've said in one of my teachings previous to this, I said that we talk about the Messiah as black, right? We're the people of the book. We're obviously the Negro Israelites. They never had to come out and say that JC was white because they had enough power to program it into your mind without saying a word. All they had to do was show you enough movies, television shows, and images of a white Jesus without actually saying it out loud. So they've been pushing race and skin color, but just in a subliminal way. All we're doing is correcting it and saying that is a lie. That's it. That's all. We're not saying because we're black, we don't need to do the work. We don't need to be righteous. We don't need to serve Yahuwah. We don't need to keep his laws and commandments. We're not saying that. We are just telling you that that image does not fit scripture. The white Jesus is a lie. That's all it is. That's all we're doing. But somehow they want to turn this around and say we're racist for saying that this sour cream supremacist image is a lie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just they can't handle the truth. Marky Yah, Shabbat Shalom says, good to see you, beloved. Genocide, chattel slavery, colonization, neo-slavery, institutional racism, capitalism, all in the name of religion is glorious. Thank you. Bring it out, sis. Bring it out, sis. Hey, bring it out, sis. Facts. Facts. Skin color mattered when we didn't know the truth. Right. And once again, family, we did not try to go to such a level to debunk this and throw it out and say, oh, we reject this. We didn't. We had no problem with it. But once again, how can you oppress a people if you don't have a white Jesus? How can you oppress Yasharal? Do you really think they would have been able to oppress us if they would have had an image of Yahusha the way he actually is? No. They had to create a white Jesus. They had to. There's no other way that you can create such self-hate in a people unless you had a white Jesus and you equate whiteness to righteousness. All right, y'all. Now, I have a few more things here I'm going to show you as we continue, because I'm just going to be showing you guys just a different examples of the hate and how, this is truly the narrow path. So I have something else here I want to show you guys. Here's another heathen for you guys.
It does not matter what color Jesus was. What matters is that he came to the earth, lived a perfect life, died a death for the sins of the world, and then conquered the grave, proving that he is the Son of God. That's all that matters.
But it does matter, though. See, I know you guys are going to keep on seeing this more and more and more. You know why it matters? It matters simply. Abigail, Shabbat Shalom says, good to see you, beloved. It does matter. You know why? Because it proves the people that you guys have trodden down, you guys have oppressed, you guys have made a reproach and a byword. It proves we are the people of the book. And we are the ones you should be blessing. That's why they say it doesn't matter. Because then when they say it doesn't matter, it's a way for them to deal with the fact that they spent their whole life hating the chosen people of the Most High. That's why they say it doesn't matter. It does matter, because there's a people Yahusha is coming back to fight for. There is a people he is coming to redeem. There is a people that will rule with him in the new Jerusalem. It does matter, but that's why they don't talk about that. This is the greatest cop-out that they use. And we have to start being able to challenge these talking points they use, such as them, oh, well, he was Middle Eastern, and oh, it doesn't matter, and oh, but you know, if he died for me, you sure about that? Because I see so many people saying things like, well, I'm gonna show you guys in a second. Okay, so I showed you that video. Let me show you something else here. I got so many videos, y'all. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Here's another video.
People be like, you believe Hebrew Israelites is a cult? And I do.
Stop. Let me stop. This woman, because she is a Bari and because she is a Yahudi, it irritates my ruach. But she gets off on making these TikTok videos trying to disprove who we are. So I'm just going to let you know she irritates my ruach. I hope she'll come out of this colonizer religion. But even when it comes to deflection, it's coming from our own that are locked in this colonizer religion. And she's an example of it. It's not just white people, you know, rejecting the truth. It's our own too, because of what these heathens have done. All right. Just wanted to preface that.
People be like, you believe Hebrew Israelites is a cult? And I do. Because it is a cult. It's a religious cult, period. There's no evidence. Descendants of the transatlantic slave trade are related to the Israelites of the Bible. So what Hebrew Israelites try to do is use Deuteronomy 28 as a DNA test. I don't know who this is for, but Deuteronomy 28 is not a prophecy. But let's say it was a prophecy. Y'all still don't fulfill all these prophecies. Deuteronomy 28:52 says,
they will besiege you within all your gates until your high and fortified walls that you trust in come down throughout your land.
What walls were besieged? 28:68 says,
the Lord will take you back in ships to Egypt by a route that I said you would never see again. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you.
Last time I checked, African slaves weren't selling themselves. Folks were selling them. And people bought them. And when did we go back to Egypt? Because I got questions. Most Hebrew Israelites will tell you we was on literal ships, but we went back to metaphorical Egypt to be literally sold again. It don't make sense.
Okay, so you see these talking points that she tries to use are essentially Eurocentric Christian talking points when they're trying to debate us. So this is why I tell people that it takes a certain level of understanding of the scriptures to fully be able to understand how these prophecies do apply to us. She called this group, she called us a cult, okay? Now, the thing is, I do believe with some of these camps, there is a cult way of thinking. But me as a Nabari Yasharali, I did not come into this understanding based off of campianity. I came into this understanding because I decided to read the Bible for myself. Now, that's not to say that there wasn't things I've heard from the camps that made me realize some things. But let me tell y'all something, family. I didn't believe in the white Jesus, you know, for quite some time. Okay, I knew that those people who claim to be us, you know, the Jewish, I knew that they were imposters. And I knew the Messiah was black. For quite some time, I had known that, right? But I just didn't come into the full understanding of the names and that was us, the Negro specifically. You know what I'm saying? But I just, you know, it's so interesting to me how this woman could sit there and say that we're a cult and then have like this like level of like sarcasm. Oh, they a cult. We don't follow no central leader. I'm not in a camp. I'm not like, you know what I'm saying, following under somebody else's teachings. Homie, I literally read the Bible for myself. That's it. And if she was reading the Bible for herself and not following colonizer Christianity, it would be so blatant that she's clearly one of us. But once again, family, it goes down with the self-hate thing. A lot of people hate themselves so much. There's so much self-hate that is operating within them. They don't want to see themselves as more than just a Negro, as more than just a Gentile. We've allowed the Gentiles to tell us who we are for so freaking long that we don't want to proclaim to them who we are. We want to let them tell us who we are. I don't know about that, but bro, I'm not interested in having Gentiles tell me who I am. They done told us who we are for too long, and it's been nothing but a lie. Nothing but a lie. All All right, y'all. What's this other video? Okay, now here's another example. Let me show this to you. This is one of our Yahudi brethren. Now he was rocking with Black Lives Matter. Y'all know how I feel about it. Do I stand with the group and the organization? No, but I do stand with the sentiment of our people mattering, because we have to make such a bold claim because this world thinks we don't matter. This is exactly why Abari children are being deleted every day in those centers, if you know what I'm talking about. This is exactly why they push so much wickedness, so much destruction in the music that we listen to, the TV that we watch. They are telling us we don't matter, which is why we had to come out and proclaim that we do. I don't rock with the organization, but I do rock with the fact that I stand with my people and we do matter, even though the world told us we don't. This is exactly why we can't accept the truth about who we are with some of us. But let me show you this real quick.
Sign located at the intersection of South 18th Street and Texas Avenue in Monroe is turning heads for some residents. Fox 14's Brian Briggs brings us more information about the religious group behind the sign and how one resident feels about it being in Northeast Louisiana.
If you influence somebody just a little bit and they run with that, that can go any route.
Hunter Bailey saw this sign at the intersection of South 18th Street and Texas Avenue in Monroe and had to say something. The sign displays information about the religious group Israel United in Christ, based out of Jackson, Mississippi. But it's not about what's on the sign that's turning heads. IUIC is a smaller denomination of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which has been deemed a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. This is due to affiliations made by those charged with hate crimes. The Anti-Defamation League breaks them down as follows. Another sect of Black Hebrew Israelites is Israel United in Christ. The group's mission is to spread the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology and to educate Black individuals of their true place in society. They are committed to spreading the ideology globally and recruiting as many Black individuals as possible. This also includes individuals of Latino and Native American descent. On their official website, they state the following. Yes, that was the past, not meant to stir up bitterness, but rather a desire for truth. Knowing the past will make us understand the future. Knowing the past according to the Lord will help alleviate many things that trouble our minds. While this group claims that they'll be preaching their message in a nonviolent way, residents have mixed emotions about the sign being here and their presence here in the Twin Cities.
I've talked to a few who aren't out for violence. They're just for spreading what they claim to be true. Just last year, you saw a person who claimed to be a Hebrew Israelite attempt to kill people who they think are the fake Jews. Not that it matters ultimately.
I just want you guys to see what they're saying. They had a problem. Now, listen, y'all, I do not believe in making images and holding up images of the Messiah. I do not believe in that at all. I don't believe in images or depictions of the Messiah. Okay, now I've used some people like Yexer. Well, what about that video on your YouTube shorts? When it comes to visualization and using visual aids, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, I do think posting up images, carrying around images of the Messiah, using images of the Black Messiah as your default profile picture, I do believe that's a sense of idolatry. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. Now, when the Bible says graven images, according to Shemuth or Exodus, it's talking about people. We got to think about the context of that, right? So essentially, when that law was given, the heathens were making images of the Messiah or images of their deities using wood, engraved stone, and they usually made these images and these deities for the purpose of worship. So I don't think that AI art is necessarily what could be considered a graven image, but I think you have to be careful if you're going around carrying these images, you know, like our people in these camps do. They be carrying around these images of the Black Messiah. They got them in their house. That is essentially not something we should be doing. If you make a little video just to show people, you know, what Jasper Stone looks like and how it connects to us being melanated people, the Israelites being melanated people, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because we're trying to educate people. But it's when people are literally carrying it around like they do in these camps saying, this is what he looks like, and da, 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 da. That's really bad to do. But essentially, aside from that, the people in this neighborhood have a problem with it because it's a Black man. Even though I don't agree with images, they have a problem with it because it depicts a Black man. They just hate it. They just do. It's just so bad. Morning Glow is in the building. So we hear, family, where are the black people at talking about it? Exactly. Bene Israel has a wonderful video out there connecting the African Americans to Israelite based on skull type. Yes. It even goes to skull structure, which is why I tell people we are not like the Hamites. Okay, our skeletal structure, our skull structure is completely different. Catmosphere, Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, we're going to talk about ADL in just a second, y'all. We're going to talk about them in just a second. Markia says, you have tried to appeal to that Abari sister in the past. I'm not sure if she's an agent or not, but it's the fact that a lot of our people love to bask in ignorance. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of our other Abari sisters have tried to reach out to her and really, truly try to explain some things to her. But she has a very pompous ruach on her, a very contentious ruach. And I do think that a lot of our people that don't want to accept this truth just rather follow the colonizer. I'm just being honest. We have a problem, Yasharal, where when something is so traditional, we just want to hold on to it. Because it's like, for example, with my mom's just like, well, my mom did this, my mom's did that, my mom's mom did this, my mom's mom did that. I'm not breaking the tradition, because they feel like, you know, to break the tradition that's been passed down does a great disservice to the family name as a whole. So in a sense, I do understand. But then at the same time, bro, lies have been passed down through this family. Self-hate has been passed down through this family. Gang banging and unaliving your own has been passed down through this family. Drug use has been passed down through this family. So I'm like asking my mom, don't you realize that there are some bad things that have been passed down through this family? You're going to just hold on to everything because of tradition? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense at all. For real. I'm just saying, there's been a lot of trauma that's been passed down through this family. So we're going to hold on to the traditions of the family, even though there's been a lot of negative things attached to it, and not break away and kill generational curses that have destroyed this family and destroyed my people. All right. I done told y'all, bro. I literally have my cousin. He got his brains blown out by some other Abari in the park. And I told my mom, we are under these curses. You got to come out of it. You got to come into the Most High in truth. And she's like, Yexer, I don't want to hear it, Yexer. You believe what you believe. I believe what I want to believe. I can't force her to force anybody to accept this. Not even my own family that I care about. And that's something I want to say since we're talking about hate. Vincent Rollins. Hey, shalom, Aki. Shabbat shalom to Yaki. Good to see you. It's because it's a tradition doesn't mean it's right. Yes, and the Bible specifically says this. It says not to follow the traditions of men, for following the traditions of men and forsaking the commandments of Alua. We're going to take a look at that, family, since we're talking about that. Traditions of men. So far and for so long, we have followed the traditions of men. So let me pull that up real quick, beloved, because I want to show you guys this and how it ties to what we're saying. See, I think also what it is, family, is we're going to go to Kalashim, or Colossians 2, verse 8. And I want to share this scripture with you. All right, here we go. Let me, give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. I'm going to pull up the Bible app here, and we're going to take a look at Colossians chapter 2, verse 8. And Paul warned us and said, beware lest any man spoil through philosophy and vain deceit after the tradition of men and after the rudiments of the world, and not after Hamashiach, not after the Messiah, the rudiments of the world, whether it's Christmas, whether it's pagan Easter, whether it's interracial relation, whatever it is that the world is pushing that the Bible says not to do, this is what people are doing. You know what I'm saying? Following the traditions of men, philosophy, vain deceit. But we must be following what the Messiah has said, which is taught us Torah, taught us who we are. But unfortunately, people want to hold to paganism. Yahusha never told you to be no Christian. He never told you to go to church. He told you to be the body of Messiah, to be fishers of men, to help them understand the ways of the covenants, the ways of Yahuwah. You have not found that truth You have not found that truth in Christianity, but you found it in understanding the word outside of the pastor's narrative. Jamal Blount says, your mom sounds just like my mom. Yeah, Aki. I think when it comes to our people, it's just also, you know, even with Truth Unedited, he talks about his mom and his experiences with her sometimes. And I'm like, bro, his mom sounds like my mom. It's just also relatable because our people are still under the strong delusion, those who've not fully come into the truth. All right. So we're going to keep on going here. Now, the next thing I'm going to show you guys is a clip. Another clip here. I have a few of them, so bear with me, y'all. This next clip I'm going to show you guys is from the news. Now, I told you guys about Black Lives Matter. There's a guy on there, and he was telling this white Caucasoid reporter, the Messiah's black. Look at how quick she got tongue-tied. She didn't know what to say, and how she was trying to get him off air as soon as possible. Once again, the strong delusion they are under. Somebody mentioned that. Shout out to whoever mentioned the strong delusion. Hold on. I'm trying to find him. Vincent, shout out to you, Aki. 2 Thess 2:10. They're given unto a strong delusion. But I want you to see this woman's reaction when he brings out the fact that the Messiah was black. Just look at this news reporter's face. And this is Fox News, so y'all shouldn't be surprised. Here we go.
I love the Lord, and my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is the most famous black radical revolutionary in history. And he was treated just like Dr. King. He was arrested on occasion, and he was also crucified or assassinated. This is what happens to black activists. We are killed by the government. Well, and if you need context, if you read your Bible, it'll say that Jesus had feet like burnt brass and hair like wool. I don't know if you noticed, but our hair seems to be more like wool, and we seem to be likened to that color than anyone else. And, you know, it's just the hypocrisy and the white supremacy in America and in the world that would show us portraits of a pasty white Jesus. Jesus was not white. We all know this.
Okay. You know, I mean, I think Jesus is Jesus to all Christians, and people interpret him in imagery in different ways. Obviously, he was from the Middle East. We all know that. That's obvious. So,
so he wasn't a white man. We all know that, right?
I don't know how. I don't
we all know
see
Jesus
how.
wasn't
He was
white,
Middle
right?
Eastern. Yes, he was Middle East. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go. Thank you very much. I appreciate where you're coming from, and I appreciate you coming on tonight. And I know you're very passionate, and that you want what's best. So everybody,
come on, Ak. Come on, Aki. Bring it out on them. Bring it out on the heathens. You just see that she couldn't even deal with what he was bringing out. And I'm glad he came out and he said that, because it really bothered her. You know, she was just like, well, I think Jesus is Jesus to all Christians. Oh, you mean white colonizer Christianity? Oh, okay. Gotcha. But he was bringing it out and he wasn't pulling back. He's like, okay, so we can agree he's not white. And she's like, well, he's Middle Eastern. He's Middle Eastern. Listen, there is no such thing as the Middle East, y'all. I'm going to say that again. There is no such thing as the Middle East, because if there was a Middle East, there'd be a Middle South, a Middle North, a Middle West. Okay? They created the term Middle East to hide the fact that so-called Middle East is Northeast Africa. It's all a part of Africa. The whole Bible takes place in Africa. Okay? And this is one of their cop-outs. They're saying, well, he's Middle Eastern. But I've already proven plenty of times that the original Arabs were black. What they call Palestinians were black, bro. So them saying that doesn't actually help the situation at all. Because when I look at these Palestinians and these Middle Eastern so-called people, I see white skin. I see straight hair. I see Caucasoid features because they're mostly Caucasoids. Now, the reason why I showed you that is because I want to talk also about the concept of Black Hebrew Israelism. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to show you guys one more clip, and then I'm going to take you to some websites because somebody mentioned the ADL. So I want to show you how they are creating this hatred towards us as a people and everyone who attaches to us. So we'll start with, boy, I'm always trying to figure out how to do this. Okay. So we're going to start with ADL first. So let me go there real quick. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to take a look at this article from the ADL of what they say about us. Now, keep in mind, even some of us are not in these camps, but they're essentially saying that if we believe that the true people of the book are so-called black, we are part of this extremist sect. Okay, they haven't said this about the KKK, which I find very, very interesting, but let's take a look at it. Extremist sects within the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. Now, family, do you find it interesting that they call us Black Hebrew Israelites, but they don't call them people who claim to be us white Jews? I just find that so interesting. It's just racism. But anyway, key points. Black Hebrew Israelites are not the same as Black JEWSs or JEWSs of color. Not all Black Hebrew Israelites are anti-Semitic or extremists. Okay, well, at least they say that. The BHI movement is a violent organization or sects that operate semi-independently across the United States. BHIs believe they are the true Israelites, nigga, we are, and that the 12 tribes of Yasharal are people of color. Yeah, well, some of our people believe that. Some of these people think these white-skinned Hispanics and others are Israelites, which they're not. So that's definitely not true. Not all of our people believe they're all Negro. But let's keep going. Popular activities include street preachings and public speaking events. Extremist sects heavily rely on social media to spread information and coordinate activity. The BHI movement is a fringe religious movement that rejects widely accepted definitions of that J-word and asserts that people of color are the true children of Yasharal. Followers who are also referred to as Black Hebrews or Hebrew Israelites believe that Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, okay, y'all know we don't believe this. It is Negro. That's it. Okay, unless we talking about Afro-Hispanics, we talking about Negroes here. Okay, I don't know about all this right here. This is foolishness. So-called are the descendants of the 12 tribes of Yasharal. It should be noted that not all BHI adherents include Native American populations in the 12 tribes, but they all agree that white people or conventionally accepted JEWSs are not members of the tribe. Well, that's a fact. I mean, they came from Khazaria. This is a departure from the mainstream understanding of the 12 tribes as a reference to Jacob's 12 sons, who each represent a different genealogical thread of the Ish population. Similarly, adherents of the white supremacist Christian identity movement also claim to be members of the lost tribes of Yasharal. Just like I said, these camps done embolden these heathens to claim that they're lost tribes and all this other goofy stuff. So essentially, they use this right here. Now, family, we can easily destroy this chart. This chart is trash. It always has been trash, always will be trash. One way to easily prove this is, look where it says Judah, okay? American blacks. Now, all I got to do is go to Isaiah 11 through 14, and it literally says that Yahudah was scattered to the four corners of the earth. So why does it just say America? We are not just in America. We are everywhere, okay? Ephraim, Ephraim, Manasseh. How is this Cubans and Puerto Ricans when Ephraim and Manasseh were born from a black Abari Israelite, or not? Well, he wasn't really an Israelite. He was one of Jacob's sons, but Joseph, Yusuf, he had these two children, Ephraim and Manasseh, from a dark-skinned black Egyptian woman. So how the heck would they be Hispanic and Puerto Rican? That makes no sense, bro. It makes no sense at all. Zebulon is the Guatemala or Panama Mayans. Okay, first of all, Mayans were pagans that practiced human sacrifices. The Zulu tribe of Africa are the true Zebulon. Okay, this chart is just trash. It just really is. Simeon is the Dominicans. Simeon has been found in Africa after Assyrian captivity. I've already showed you Issachar. The Isakiri people in South Africa are Issachar. They're not Hispanics. This chart is just trash. Gad is the Igbos in West Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to disprove this chart if you understand where the Northern Kingdom is for the most part. But this chart is just garbage. All 12 tribes were Negroes. But anyway, let's keep going. I just find this funny. Many BHI teachings use verses from the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th book of the Torah, and the KJV to tell the history of the Israelites from the Old Testament and to give a biblical explanation for the transatlantic slave trade. Teachings assert the Israelites were warned of repercussions for breaking the commandments. See, they did their homework on us, but did not abide, resulting in enslavement as punishment and another race inhabiting Israel in their place. Preachers use Deuteronomy 28:15-68 to encourage individuals to embrace their true title as Yahuwah. I don't know who GLD is. Chosen children, or continue to suffer in society as their ancestors have. BHI adherents reject all images of a white Jesus and complain that these images are further attempts to steal the identity. Adherents have identified a Bible passage they believe shows Jesus as a black man. Revelations 1:15 of the KJV. His feet were like unto fine brass, as burned in a furnace, and his voice is the sound of many waters. The description of Jesus' feet as dark and burned is frequently cited as proof. Depictions of JC as white are misrepresentations, which it is, because I'm going to show you guys something in a second. White people and white Jews are commonly referred to as Edomites. I know that triggers them when we say that. Descendants of Esau and biblical enemies of Jacob. They are described as hairy and ugly. I mean, I'm not gonna say that some of the stuff that they're saying is not, you know what I'm saying, doesn't have truth to it, because it does. But let's keep going. And some teachings of BHI believe the Edomites will become slaves in heaven. So now this is where I think the teachings kind of go a little off the deep end. So there's servitude and then there's slavery. We talked about the Sabians in one of my previous streams. We talked about how the Sabians will be harsh and unrelenting. Then we also talked about the servitude and how the Most High does not encourage harsh treatment of servants of Yasharal. They will be treated in love and respect and get an inheritance. So the BHI is teaching that they're going to be slaves and going to be beaten and hid and slapped around and dehumanized. As I've said plenty of times, family, I plan on operating in the spirit of love and truth of the Most High, and I have no desire to become like the oppressor. Now, to the one sold to the Sabians, I have no objection to it, because, I mean, you know, y'all don't have plenty of opportunities to, you know, understand the mercy of the Most High, and you rejected it because you don't want to accept who we are. So I have no objections to Most High's judgment. But no, those who make it into the kingdom, the Bible says that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of Eluah. So if they made it into his kingdom, they have been deemed righteous. But there's still restitution that has to be paid, which is servitude. But that does not mean slavery. Slavery is in the hands of the Sabians. They're the ones who are going to do evil things to you. You know what I'm saying? It's a separation. It's a difference. Okay? The ones who make it to heaven have cleaved to Jacob, have accepted Jacob. Therefore, they will not be affected by the Sabians. The ones who are enslaved by the Sabians will be under the curses of Deuteronomy 30, verse 7, and will be treated harshly and go through slave ships, hanging from trees, and all the things our people went through. So there's a separation and difference that needs to be clearly explained, essentially. So essentially it says BHI teachings become explicitly hateful when coupled with racial superiority and accusations against white individuals and specific hatreds towards the Ish community. Extremist BHI assert that white people are agents of Satan, JEWSs are liars and false worshipers. I mean, hey, look, this is not my word. This is what Yahusha said. He done told us the truth about these folks. Okay? Now, the fact that these people can literally say that when they've had a hand in our destruction. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me show y'all something real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. This teaching is a little all over the place, but it's okay. We gonna make it plain today. We gonna make it plain today, boy. Check this out. They talk about, oh, you know, we're hateful and we're this and that. Well, what do these people feel about us? The people who claim to be us. The so-called, you know what? Hold on. I gotta play the clip. You know, y'all know what I'm gonna do. The people who claim to be the Jewish. Let's see how they feel about us. Let's see their own words, because I have a video here that proves how they feel about us. Let me just show you this to you real quick, because they want to sit there and say that we hate them. Okay, let's see how they feel about us. I'm going to my Instagram and I'm gonna go back. Look at this. I'm proud to be racist.
To afford housing.
אנחנו נגיד פה לכל הצבועים האלה, לכל הצבועים, אתם רוצים לעזור לאפריקאים, תיסעו לאפריקה. אתם רוצים לתת להם אוכל, לכו תיתנו להם שם. זאת המדינה היהודית היחידה שיש לנו.
Earlier in the year, at an anti-African rally in Tel Aviv that was attended by thousands, Ben Ari was joined by lawmakers from the governing Likud party and other mainstream politicians.
אריתריאה וסודאן זה לא כאן. כאן שלנו, כאן זו המדינה שלנו. אבל הדבר החשוב ביותר זה לגרש את המסתננים לארץ ישראל ולשמור על מדינת ישראל כמדינה יהודית. חברים, אני היום במליאה אמרתי.
Chief among those targeting the presence of Africans in Israel is a core of hundreds of state-appointed rabbis, including some of the premier religious authorities in Israel, who issued a letter forbidding Jews from renting apartments to the African asylum seekers and any other non-Jews. Here is a rabbi that we filmed, one of many who labored to promote the religious edict.
לא הכושי מברכים, אלא צריך שיהיה כושי שאבא שלו ואימא שלו לבנים.
A monkey. He said that children of the black people are so-called monkeys, and that's why I said I am praying for these animals. To hell with these Edomites, and I mean it. Okay, I have no love for Amalek. Okay, because Amalek is going to be completely destroyed, and if you read the book of Gad the seer, it says Amalek is going to be destroyed completely. I'm not praying for Amalek. Okay, I'm not. I have no interest in doing none of that. And of course, they had a hand in slavery. Okay, these are all them folks. Okay, they had the ships, the different ships that they had that they sold to enslave our ancestors. They owned them. Okay, Amalek was part of this. All right, so I don't feel bad about what they're writing about us in the ADL and what we say about these Ish people, because they hate us way more. Okay, and they are our enemies according to Edom and Esau, and they are just a branch of Esau, which is Amalek. Okay, so I don't feel a way about these people. They're trash. All right, and I meant it and I said it, and I'm not gonna go back on that. All right, y'all. So we're gonna continue on here, but I want you to pay attention to this though. This is how much they're doing homework on us, because they got down the words we use down to a T. And we're going to get back to this because I want to show this to you. Important and recurring BHI phrases: camps, Edom, Edomites, and Esau. Okay. Jew-ish, negative term for mainstream people, ish people, and used to depict them as imposters. So-called, just like I say that, right? They call us so-called black, so-called African-American. They are doing their homework on us, family. Okay, THM. Look, they didn't even get that right. You see how they misspelled the Most High? It's supposed to say TMH, but they put THM. Yeah, you goofy folks. But anyway, they notice we call and refer to the Most High. Okay, so they're watching us. They're doing our homework on us. For people that y'all sure can't seem to stand, y'all pay a lot of attention to us. Okay, Revelations 2:9-3:9. They know what we refer to them as. They pay attention, y'all. They pay attention to us. They're watching what we do. Okay, so I'm just telling you, family, be careful out here saying certain things about these people. And I know I'm probably not being a good example of it because I'm saying all type of stuff right now. But from me to you, it's the truth. Lady Audi says, so full of hate, there's absolutely no love in their heart for people of color, particularly Yasharal. Right. But there really can't be if you know who they are. You know what I'm saying? Mark Yas says a hidden conspiracy is all about the children of Yasharal, and these nations are all in on it, period. Exactly. None of these people love us. None of these people accept us. It's just what it is, which is why I'm telling y'all, stick with your own. All right. It's us against the world. And that's the truth, bro. All right. Now we're going to continue on. I have something else I want to show you. Like I said, I got a lot to show you guys. So we're just kind of jumping around. All right. Here's the next thing I want to show you guys. So I went on Twitter, right? And there's a guy who posted on Twitter, and he posted this. He said, question for our Christian brothers and sisters. Okay, let's get into it. Let's see what's, so we're going to read just some of the comments that some of these so-called Christians, you know, responded to this. But he said, so if this was the generally accepted image of who he calls JC or Yeshua, who's actually Yahusha, would you still worship? Okay, full on Negro, not Middle Eastern, not Palestinian. Let's just take a look at what these folks got to say. Let's see how their hearts really come out of this. Well, obviously, he's one of our Akeem because he says the Bible more than once described a dark-skinned man with an afro, nothing else to say. So obviously, that's one of our own right there. This guy says, I believe if we worried more about obeying our Savior and loving him his way rather than what his color skin, we'd be better off. Y'all are not obeying him, bro. Y'all are not obeying him if y'all literally have a problem with what he looks like, with what the word says, with what he has said about these people who claim to be us. You're not obeying him if you're not following Torah. The heathens don't follow Torah. I mean, at least the ones in Christianity that haven't really accepted the truth. But this is just another code. Let's keep going. Let's see. It depends on the message. I guess. For starters, color has nothing to do with it, in my opinion. Secondly, I highly doubt he was black. I highly doubt he was black. So what makes you doubt he's black, but not doubt that he's white? I'm just saying, do y'all see how they play these like mental gymnastics with us? He says, I highly doubt he was black, or some think white. Both are wrong. He could have been Middle Eastern. Okay, that's easy to disprove. But Aki replied, he said, I agree. But I'll also add, what does skin of burnt brass and hair of lamb's wool sound like to you? So I'm glad he challenged the dude. Let's see what some of the comments are responding with. Okay, so this Aki came out with the facts, came out with the evidence. You know what I'm saying? He came armed. You know what I'm saying? And let's see what people are saying. Somebody said black. Okay, obviously they know. Anyone whose faith is based on what is generally accepted about JC is someone whose faith is German society, and what makes it more akin to a cultural value than genuine faith. That kind of belief leads to hell. But why are you prodding the irrelevant issue? It does matter. They just don't want to accept it. Yeah, we don't care. His message actually was against giving a crap about the color of skin. Well, I don't see why white people clearly don't represent that, because y'all gave us Jesus and y'all made everything about skin color. But I'm just saying, if Nazareth was part of the Congo, this might be possible, but it's not. You're being a smug jerk to Christians and Christianity. It's not intelligent. It's rude and disrespectful, just like mocking other ethnic groups by exaggerating stereotypes. Raised Bader, muted, and honey, no one knows what JC looks like for sure until they've met him. It's in the Bible, y'all. It's in the Bible. Now, I know sometimes people are getting tired of Revelations 1:14 through 15. So let's just take a look at Josephus's letters. Let's just take a look at Josephus's letters and let's see what his letters say. Okay, this is from Josephus. This ties to Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, as well as Revelations 1:14 through 15. Let's see if Josephus's letters fully describe the Messiah. This is what he said. Let me zoom in, y'all. Not my word. Let's see if these heathens can really embrace the truth, because we got someone else to basically back up what the scriptures say. It says, at that time, there was a certain man of magic power, and if it be meet to call him, whose name was, well, they have JC, who certain Greeks called the son of Elua, but his disciple called the true prophet, who was supposed to have raised dead persons and cured all diseases. But his nature and his form were human, for he was a man of a simple appearance, mature age, black-skinned, pronatheus, with a long face, a long nose, with scanty and curly hair, with having a line in the middle of the head after the fashion of the Nazarenes with an underdeveloped beard. Even Flavius Josephus describes him as dark-skinned, y'all. It says he is black-skinned. Messiah was a Negro, okay, with hair like wool. He had woolly hair, you know what I'm saying, and an afro, right? So, I mean, I don't know why it's so hard for people to just accept this. This is a whole nother person giving an account and tying it to what the scriptures say. Black skin. It doesn't even say dark skin. It says black skin. Malagrius. Now, what's interesting about this right here, where it says Pronatheus, is when you look at some of these biblical descriptions of the Jews or the Yahudim, it also describes them as Pronatheus. It uses that same terminology, proving 100% he was Negro. But I just find that to be interesting. But yeah, it supports what the scriptures say. No one knows what you look like until we meet him. Since you are on this side of the dirt, I know you haven't met him, and neither have I. I may know him, but I've never seen him. Picks, people, paint, draw, not Jesus Christ. Now goodbye. This person says Jesus Christ was a Jew, a Semite, light brown, just like the Arabs. That said, whatever skin color he was is totally irrelevant to his mission on earth. Huh. Interesting. Now listen what this person says. It's literally only black people and people who study historical facts that care about the race of Jesus. They have nothing. So if the Almighty could just be black, that would at least be something, right? But Jesus wasn't black. So once again, you seem to know definitively that he's not black, but you can't definitively say that he's not white either. I don't know. It's just such a double standard with these people. Orwell's ghost. He wasn't black. Oh my gosh. It's just like all of a sudden it doesn't matter now. All of a sudden y'all can definitively tell us that, you know, what he is and what he isn't. You know, when it comes to this, it's just crazy. Here's another heathen cop-out. Jesus had olive colored skin, a color that matches those in Israel. Okay, family, just for the heck of it, let's look up olives. Just for the heck of it, you know what I'm saying? Because I know people say olive colored skin. Okay, now that's not what the scriptures say, but olives are either black or green. So you telling me Yahusha was walking around looking like the Abari Jolly Green Giant? Is that what you telling me? Or you telling me he was black like this? This is just the heathen copes. These are the heathen copes that these people come up with. They literally will add to scripture to fit their narrative. I've heard people say, well, he was brown, but he wasn't black. Nigga, I'm brown. I'm a darker brown, but I'm still brown. So it's like, which is it? I'm not black. Like I'm looking at I'm looking at my phone. My phone is jet black. I am not jet black in complexion. I'm essentially dark brown. I'm a darkish brown color. You know what I'm saying? So when you're saying we're brown, it's like, well, what's the difference? And even when you look at some of these Arabs, let me just put Palestinian. Dark melanate. Let's just put dark skinned. So even when you think about like this kid right here, he's probably indigenous to Palestine. This is a black Palestinian or Afro-Palestinian. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you saw him out here and he wasn't wearing this, you would most likely assume that he is an African-American child, a so-called African-American child. Here goes some more Afro-Palestinians. Look at that. Dark. These are direct descendants of Yashmael or Ishmael right here. There are some Palestinians that look more Afrocentric, like this woman right here is obviously more melanated, okay? So these people do exist. The problem is they're just not mentioned in the media very much, okay? Afro-Palestinian right here. This is what I'm telling you. They're covering this stuff up. This is why people don't understand when they're saying he probably looked Middle Eastern. This is what they're saying he looked like, which is still Negro looking, which is still Negroid looking, essentially. But this is what they're not showing you in the so-called Middle East because they're too busy pushing this. Now, if I just type Palestinians, you're only going to see these white ones. This is what you're going to see, okay? This right here, okay? This is a Mongoloid. This is a mixed half white, half Palestinian person. Okay, these people are Mongoloids. They're not true Palestinians. But this is what the media is shoving down your throat and placing in front of you. If I go to the World Economic Forum, for example, sorry, y'all, I'm just everywhere today, but it's okay. If I go to the World Economic Forum, I see a bunch of white-skinned Palestinians. A lot of times you will see the Arabs that are there, and they are essentially these white-skinned looking ones. Let's see. I'm trying to find an image because they be there a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I do believe that they are also Esau as well. A lot of them are also Esau. Like this guy right here, for example, I guess he's more Arab. Okay, Dubai. But, I mean, he looks more Caucasoid, though. Look at these guys. These are Palestinians. They look European, gang. They're European looking. That's why I just have an issue. Even this guy right here, he looks more European than anything else. I mean, he really looks just like a person with a turban on his head. All right? Same thing with the Egyptian people. There's a reason why, you know, they're showing you stuff like this. Okay? There's a reason why they're telling you that these people are descendants of the ancient Egyptians that look like this. They are covering this up, y'all. Why do you think these sphinxes, that the nose is removed? The lips are removed. They're hiding this stuff, y'all. There is such a cover-up going on. Come on, cuz. I see Edom. Gang, all I see is Edom right here. And I'm going to end this stream with that song. All I see is Edom. This is all Edom right here, y'all. This is Esau. This is white. This is Caucasoid. You're trying to tell me that these people right here are descendants of these people. Come on, gang. You cannot be serious. You can't be serious. These people are actually claiming they are Egyptians. These niggas done told us to our face these are ancient Egyptians. So you got to understand that the whitewashing is essentially an agenda to cover up certain truths, to cover up certain history. You know what I'm saying? We're going to continue on, gang. But I just wanted to show you some more stuff. Now, all right, we're going to continue. Family, oh boy, it's just crazy that they actually believe that. So we're talking about the Hebrew Israelites. Now, I want to show you also how the news is starting to use this truth and label us as being a hate group. And they're attaching this truth also to terrorist type of things. So I can just see that how they're labeling us. Hold on a minute. I think my screen just froze. Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm going to show you a news clip real quick. Now, it turns out that what they're actually saying was not someone that was connected to the camps, but the news is telling you it is. Take a look.
The killers, 47-year-old ex-con David Anderson and 50-year-old Francine Graham. Anderson with a criminal record and time in prison, and cops now investigating whether he posted anti-police and anti-Semitic sentiments. Investigative reporter Dan Krauth here with that part of our coverage. Dan.
Bill, federal investigators are saying this was a targeted attack, but they're still searching for a motive and into the backgrounds of those two suspects. And so are we. Shocking images, not only for those in the community, but those who knew the suspects killed in the shootout.
This is heartbreaking to me. This is something I would never dream in a million years.
Police say 47-year-old David Anderson was in the driver's seat of the truck and walked first into the store. He is no stranger to law enforcement. Numerous mugshots from numerous run-ins with police. Records show he spent more than 2 years in a New Jersey prison on gun charges, released in 2014. Police say the other suspect, 50-year-old Francine Graham, was in the passenger seat and walked in behind him.
Francine? I would never imagine that.
A neighbor who has known the Graham family for decades says she's struggling to figure out why police say Graham was involved.
Francine was a very nice person, and from speaking to her over the years, she always had a steady mind frame of everything that she, She went to college.
Graham's from Harlem, but lived most recently here in an apartment in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Neighbors tell us she used to work as a home health care worker, would see her often with Anderson, and that her personality changed over the past year.
That when she met David, it was a transition between like a friendly person to a not communicating person.
A big change there. Law enforcement officials say Anderson had made anti-Semitic and anti-police posts on social media in the past, but haven't made a connection yet between those posts and yesterday's shooting.
Okay, so you can see that they're essentially trying to lump him in with us, right, as a people. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about Kyrie Irving, okay, because we know the whole situation that happened with him. Now, do I believe Kyrie Irving is really walking in this truth 100%, keeping the laws, keeping the commandments, following Yahusha? Not really, okay, because he talking about ancestors. He got the pagan star of Remphan on his hand. I don't rock with that. But I want you to just see how they are just going at him because he was being attacked by the news press because IUIC was outside in support of him standing on the truth. So let's take a look at that real quick.
There's a group of about 100 people outside wearing the shirt of a group called Israel United in Christ, a group labeled as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. They were outside in support of you and handing out anti-Semitic literature on the plaza, people walking by. And I was wondering if I can get your reaction to that.
I didn't see it. What happened? There was a group outside?
There was a group outside, 100, possibly more. They were wearing a shirt called Israel United in Christ. They're a group labeled as a hate group by the...
I think that's a conversation for another day. I'm just here to focus on the game.
You've said this whole time that you didn't know what kind of what kind of voice you had, but if these are the people that are out here in your name, do you feel like that's a consequence of what you've done?
Again, I'm just here to focus on the game.
Okay, you see what they do. They like to constantly, come at him and attack him and make him feel like he's wrong because those people came out of their own volition, and he's trying to, basically try to get him to say more so they can attach him directly to that group. And you see how he put emphasis. Well, they're a hate group. They're said to be a hate group. Do y'all see the games they're playing with us? Like, it's like, whew, boy. Okay, now, one more thing I want to say before we get back to this lesson is shout out to Benaya Israel. I want to show you just a small clip from his channel about the ADL because I just talked about that. Now, there's a guy, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but you know what? I don't care, dog. I done had enough of these folk. This dude is very dangerous, okay? He is very dangerous to us as a people because of his pull and his reach. This is Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL, okay? He has admitted he works directly with these social media platforms. He works directly with the FBI. He goes on Breakfast Club. He goes on these many different platforms, and he says things to smear and basically come after us. He works with the FBI, family. He works with the feds, okay? He's the founder of the ADL. The ADL is the most anti-Black, anti-Yehudi, anti-Yashar Ali organization out here, and they were actually behind that film, Rebirth of a Nation, one of the most racist films ever created. But this guy right here is very dangerous to us because he can literally say, take TikTok down. I don't like that they're exposing, them folk. I don't like they're exposing the Ish people. He has a lot of power and a lot of control, especially amongst the FBI and the feds and all that. So I'm just letting you guys know. But shout out to Benaya Israel. We're going to just take a look at this video. I want you guys to see this man and how he tries to lie and say that a Black man was involved in something that a Black man had nothing to do with, and it was really a white man, just so you can see how they try to smear us with things we had nothing to do with. So we're going to just go to Benaya Israel channel real quick. Shout out to him. I want to give credit where it's due. And we're going to just use a small bit of his clip. So let me show this to you guys real quick here.
There's a Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, there's a range of practice even among Black Hebrew Israelites. There's a large community of them in Israel who identify as Jewish in a traditional way. And then you have the guys in Times Square who observe in a way that's not so traditional, I would say.
They would say y'all aren't Jews. It would say that, what they say, white people are not the original Jews, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
And look, they're entitled to their beliefs until that justifies shooting Jewish people with pellet guns on Staten Island. Or like, this is December. 3 years ago, December 2019, 2 black Hebrew Israelites went into a kosher supermarket in Jersey City and killed 3 people because they said they weren't real Jews.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, y'all, but let's keep going.
Shot them cold dead in a kosher supermarket.
There has been considerable reporting that these 2 suspects are linked to the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. We have evidence that both suspects expressed interest in this group, but we have not definitively established any formal links.
Okay, so you see how they're being accused of being affiliated with this so-called, hate group. Now, take a look at this second part here. This is where it gets kind of crazy.
In Staten Island on Sunday, a Jewish man who he must have been Orthodox because you could identify that he was Jewish, and his son were shot by a young man with a pellet gun as they came out of a gun. And so when he was asked by the police, they said it was a hate crime. He said, "How could it be a hate crime if I'm a Hebrew?"
I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help but Cuz said, how could it be a hate crime? I'm a Hebrew. Okay, so now, I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to laugh, but that was funny to me. So now, the thing about that, though, is that actually was, what he said was a complete lie. Because, let me show this to you guys. I'm going to show you who actually really was involved with this. Okay? And it wasn't a black man. That is a lie that this dude made up. Okay? But I'm just going to show it. I'm going to show you him in just a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Hold on a second. Horites. I got to pull up the article here so I can show you who this is actually talking about. Okay. All right, family. Are you ready to see who actually did this? This is who is involved in this so-called attack. Okay. And it's not a black person. I'm just going to spoil that for you right now. Wait, where's the images of him? Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen and I'm going to show you guys who's actually involved with this. What he said was straight up cap. Okay. And it was a lie just to smear us as a people. But this is who's actually involved with it. This guy right here, Jason Kish. Okay. Now, from my understanding, Kish is a Ish name. Okay. That's not, typically a black person's name. It says man 25 arraigned on HAT crime charges in Staten Island BB gun attack on father and son. This is him. So why was that guy going on Breakfast Club claiming that it was a black man saying, oh, well, I did it because I'm really a Hebrew, even though that's the truth. But you see how they got to throw the black man under the bus and try to make it seem like we're the ones that did this when it's clearly one of them. Clearly one of them. This is why I say he's dangerous. I say he's dangerous because he can literally throw out false accusations and pin it on us. And because, he is white-skinned, people will just believe it without questioning anything. And basically, he has that power because he is Jewish. That never gets old. All right, family. So we're going to continue on here, but I just wanted to show that to you. We're going to get back to the lesson. I know this has been so impromptu and just all over the place today, but we got more to get into. So we're going to continue on. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. So we can see from these examples essentially that when it comes to the truth, people don't want to hear it. Whether it's that the Messiah is black, whether it's that we're the people of the book, so on and so forth. People don't want to hear it. They just don't want to hear it. If it goes against their tradition, if it goes against their way of beliefs, they will automatically just tune you out, as we can see right here. Okay. For some people, it doesn't matter how much evidence you present. It doesn't matter how much you show them. It just won't have, it will not bear any bearing. It won't have any bearing on whether they accept it or not. Most of the time, the world will challenge you anytime you say something that goes against what the majority believes. People are taught what to think and not how to think. When the Bible talks about persecution, you must understand that this is all spiritual. And eventually, those who do not fully understand the truth will become your enemies, because those in power are in communication with Hashatan himself and are working to bring about his physical final kingdom. Therefore, those who hold to the ideals of the world will begin to see you as the enemy. Okay? So if you think about the one world religion, if you think about, ecumenicism and the blending of the religions, if you talk about people, you say a transgender is not a woman, it's really a man, just the biblical ideals, we take the word for what it says, we take Yahweh's word for what it says, you will become a problem to this system that they are building. Proclaiming to be Yasharal will cause you to be a problem to this they are building, because it's run by Hashatan and his ideals. And people that push the white Jesus, push the Christian stuff, push that white people are chosen, white people are superior. This is all Edomite doctrine. This is all the ideals from Hashatan and the great red dragon, who is Edom. They are holding to ideals of Hashatan. They just don't know it. So it's not really our job to convince these people, because we're dealing with spiritual forces. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, okay? If you accepted Yahuwah and his son Yahusha, you will experience spiritual warfare, oftentimes through people closest to you. You may not be as affected by people online, but your immediate family is usually how Hashatan will attack you to knock you off track. But understand, the scriptures told us that this would happen. Yahusha told you this. And you will not be accepted by the majority or popular if you are in this truth. Now, amongst the Yashralim and those of us in this truth, a lot of us know who we are, right? If I mention Hezekiah, the Hebrew artist, y'all know who he is. If I mention Esham Burgundy, you know who he is. If I mention Benayah Israel, you know who he is. If I mention Truth Unedited, you know who he is. So there are people there amongst this community of believers. You know what I'm saying? We know who we are. But the outside world does not know who we are, nor do they rock with us. Because I'm seeing even a lot of these celebrities convert into Islam, even though some of them probably know who they truly are. Like Ice Cube, he came out, said a lot of things about the fake-ish folks, the fish people, was explaining that they're not the true people of the book and all of that, and how the real people were black. But now this nigga done became a Muslim. Same thing with Little John. He now a Muslim. Mike Tyson converted to Islam. So, and that's what I'm saying. They'd rather you convert to Islam or Christianity than be a true Yashruali. And that's what y'all just got to understand. Now, I also want to show you guys some more stuff here. I have a few more clips I'm going to show you before we continue. Now, this is not just who we are as a people. It's everything that directly connects to the Bible. And I'm going to show evidence of that in a second here. All right. So the next thing I'm going to show you guys is I want you to see how they make fun of, we're going back to Kyrie Irving, but I want you to see how they make fun of him because he believes in the flat earth. Take a look at this.
Why are there hundreds of articles attacking Kyrie Irving? This is the same Kyrie Irving that stood up for his medical freedom and his medical rights by not being forced to take an experimental vaccine.
He's also hip to geoengineering and chemtrails. Of course, no conspiracy combo could be complete without Illuminati talk. Your man actually says, I'm not entirely convinced that dinosaurs existed. And from there, they move on to 9/11 theories.
He's a flat earther even. I like flat earthers. That means they think for themselves. And they're skeptical.
You can be wrong all you want. It's when you're right that they target you.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Way that they react, by the way that they freak out at this.
I'm going to say this is anti-intellectual and it's anti-science.
Go read a book, an actual book.
It should embarrass you. It should embarrass your families. It should embarrass the fine schools you went to. It should embarrass the NBA.
I don't think this is funny, actually. Like, we can laugh at it, but I don't think it's funny.
Because they can't have any pushback. They cannot have it.
Let's take a quick moment of silence for that thought.
I mean, that's the dumbest thing a public figure has said in my lifetime. It is one of them. I really don't think it's funny.
When you're right that they target you.
There are a lot of flat earth Nazis.
Flat earth Nazis?
Yeah, we're talking fringe of the fringe. YouTube's credit, realize we've got
a real problem here.
Are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
Yes, about the earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help us? Can you please help us?
The earth isn't flat.
It's amazing. It really is amazing how their reaction shows how effective this stuff is.
Just ponder the potential realities of the world and its possible roundness.
Yeah, spinning. It's spinning. It's spinning.
Does that mean you don't believe in slavery? Does that mean you don't believe in the Revolutionary War?
You have to question this.
That is a stupid comment. Don't say it again.
A very small step to becoming a Holocaust denier or slavery denier.
Don't do it.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
You can be wrong all you.
Okay, you guys just see how it wasn't just Kyrie, but it was also Steph Curry. Steph Curry was also supporting the idea of there being a flat earth with a dome above us, according to the scriptures. Listen. The NBA and athletics is just another form of a plantation because you're not allowed to have your own opinion about certain things, obviously, because it's owned by them folks that call themselves the, So essentially, it's Steph Curry, and you see how they're going so hard to discredit these men because they're questioning what they've been told. And they're saying it's stupid. I could say it's stupid that they're telling black people to go run and get something that, goes in your body with the history of the government and what they do to our people and how they've been trying to get rid of us for a long time. I think it's stupid that they could sit there and recommend that we should get it like we can trust them, period. But you see how they go so hard to debunk that. And this is really, family, you have to understand, this is an attack on Yahuwah. It's not so much them. It's because they are supporting what the Bible says. They are bringing this forward and saying the earth is flat according to the scriptures. So they're not really disrespecting Steph Curry and Kyrie Irving. They are disrespecting our Father, y'all. This is how these heathens feel about the Most High, y'all. This is really an attack on his truth. We didn't make the earth. Yahuwah did. This is an attack on our Father and his word, y'all. They're literally dragging and they're attempting to drag the Most High and what his word says, which I just find to be so interesting. Melanie Bayah says, I watched a documentary from Hebrew Nation Building and it was definitely eye-opening. Yada Yahuwah. Oh, the documentary that I posted on Rumble? Yes. I just think that that's a great documentary for a lot of our people to understand that everything about this world is actively against us. Guys, be sure to check out my Rumble. I have a documentary on there I just posted that Melanated by Yah, shout out to her, is talking about. It's just very, 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 very important watch for you. Annie K says, and these so-called Christians who should believe scripture and need no other proof. Bro, I promise you, there are people even in the Abari community, the Hebrew community, that doubt that the earth is flat. I'm serious. Like, some of them are still holding on to Christianity. Kylie says, I said the earth was flat and my teacher in class days made fun of me crazy. Yeah, they've been programmed. That's why I'm going to start making fun of them. I'm like, oh, really? You don't believe the earth is flat? Okay, well, then why is every single image that they show us digital? Oh, you done been to other planets? Oh, you done been there? Tell me what it's like. Tell me all about it. Tell me all about your progress to the moon. Because when I look at the moon, I can see right through it. Okay, it's a luminary. How do you land on something you can literally see through that's literally a luminary, a light? How do you land on a light? Oh, what? I'm assuming you believe it's made of cheese too, huh? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes I can be kind of petty when it comes to people believing in this lie. Because think about it. Yahuwah said there's water above us and water below us. And there was a firmament that divided the waters. Why do you never see pictures of water in outer space if all that stuff is true? Bro, you can literally go on Rumble and see images of the matter of fact, you know what, family? We chilling. Let's do it. I'm going to show you some videos from Rumble. And on these Rumble videos, you will see the dome, the firmament being hit by rockets. People have shot rockets into the dome, and you can see it. You can see like the literal the recoil from these rockets hitting the dome. I'm going to show you. Why not? Why not? I just love everything the Most High made because there's nobody like our Alua, and I give all esteem to the creator of all things. There's actual evidence of this, okay, that is real. So we're going to just take a look at it. Why not? We some flat earthers. Why not, bro? Why not? Why not, eh? Okay, let me share my screen. We're going to go to Rumble here. You ain't going to find it here on YouTube because obviously they suppressed the truth, but we're going to take a look at it. All right, here we go. Just in case there may be some naysayers, I'm going to mute it, and we're going to just take a look at it, okay? See, this is a rocket right here. Now it's going to hit up against something, and you're going to see there's like a ripple effect, like water. Hold on. You see that? It's hitting something. It's hitting something physical. You see that? Family, the Most High's word is true. Everything you've been told is a lie. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want you finding this stuff out. That's why they make fun of people that believe in it, who've probably done their research and seen videos like this. Well, it's going to hit something again. I wish I could zoom in a little bit more, but it appears I cannot. Okay. Up, there it goes again. You can see the ripple. Okay, let me see if I can find another video. Okay, here's another one. Boom. You see that? It exploded because it hit something. Something physical. Let's slow motion it. It hit something at a very high speed. Just bang. Here goes another one. Whoop. All right, hold on. Waiting for it to hit something. Bang. It explodes because it hit something physical. Let me see. Up. You see that ripple? You see that? It's hitting something, family. It's hitting something solid. You see that? You see those little ripples right there? Yeah. There's no such thing as space. Look at that. You see that? See that ripple? Look at that ripple, gang. Look at that ripple. It's hitting a solid dome. The firmament is real. Yada yada. Oh, man. All esteem to y'all. Okay, family. We'll stop it right there. But, man, whew, they done tried to hide this, but we know the truth. It's an amazing time to be alive because it's like we're seeing how these heathens are scattering to cover up stuff. Let me show y'all something else since we talking about this. It's kind of unrelated, but it's Shabbat. We talking about biblical stuff. How many people have seen this? Now, I'm going to show it to you in a second. So I was talking to my Aki yesterday, one of my good Akis. And we were talking about this map. And you might have seen the so-called flat earth map where they're essentially trying to say that the earth that we know of is bigger and there's other territories that we have not yet been to. My ox said that he believes that the reason why they're showing you this is because people are seeing through flat earth and they're seeing through the globe model. And so they made this map where they're essentially saying that there's other sections of the earth that we haven't been to yet. And there's more than just like this, for example. Let me show you. Let me share my screen. So this. So if you think about this right here, right, you've got the earth, right? But they're saying that there's other areas like this. There's areas beyond the ice wall, essentially, that are where there's other life forms. And my Ak was saying the reason why he believes that they're pushing this. Now, do I believe that there's areas beyond the ice wall? Absolutely not. Can nothing get past what the Most High don't want it to get past? If he created an ice wall, that means no man can dwell there and no man can get there. Period, point blank. So the fact that they're saying that there's other areas beyond this ice wall here is essentially because people are waking up that globes and all that is a lie. And so if they want to push this false Project Blue Beam alien thing, you know, they'll say, okay, well, they came from these parts outside of the ice wall, you know, and these other parts of the land. So, yeah, there's just so much that they're scrambling to cover up. And I low-key find it fascinating that they're going so hard to try to explain it. Lady Audi says, break that glass ceiling. Yes, she did. We're going to pull that up too. Why not? Why not? I love it, bro. I love talking to y'all because we can always talk about so much stuff. Even though we're trying to stay on track with the lesson, I don't mind, you know, jumping into other territory. So Hillary Clinton, let me pull that up, y'all. Like they know. You know what I'm saying? They all know. Okay. Let me pull that up here. Here we go. So we're going to look at her saying this and admitting this out of her own Caucasoid mouth, okay? Let's play it. Share the screen. Skip this.
To the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this. I have, as Tim said, spent my entire adult life fighting for what I believe in. I've had successes and I've had setbacks, sometimes really painful ones. Many of you are at the beginning of your professional.
Where is it? Hold on. Where is it?
It is worth it.
I'm trying to find it, y'all.
And so we need you to keep up these fights now, and for them to know that nothing has made me prouder than to be your champion. Now,
here we go.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think.
You will never. You cannot destroy the Most High's creation. Nobody can. That just goes to show the pride of the heathens, where they feel like they can challenge the Most High. They feel like they can destroy what he has made. You cannot, because, bro, I can go deep with this. If I go to Operation Fishbowl, they literally fired rockets, NUKESs, into the firmament to attempt to break it open and failed. So why is it that you think that you still gonna prosper? You cannot challenge the Most High. You're not gonna win. Okay, the Most High, there's just no way to beat him. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why these people can't just accept that you're nowhere near his level of power and what he can do. If he made a firmament, you're not going to be able to shatter it. But somehow what's interesting to me is when you read the scriptures, so this firmament we can't break through, right? The rakia, that's how you say it in the Bari, rakia. We can't break through this dome, right? But it says in the scriptures, the Most High rolls it back like a scroll, like a parchment, like a piece of paper. He just rolls it back like it's nothing. But it's the hardest thing that there is. You know what I'm saying? It's like glass. And if you actually read the scriptures, it says that his ruach is what the firmament is said to be of, which is why it can't be broken, because it's a spiritual dome. It's deep, bro. I'm probably gonna have to do a teaching on this one day, but I don't know if I can do it here on YouTube, y'all, because you know they're already trying to come for my flat earth song. You know what I'm saying? So I have a feeling they're gonna try to come for that. But let's continue on, y'all. So you could just see that they were shaming Kyrie Irving because of what he was saying about the Bible, okay, and what he was, or essentially Steph Curry and Kyrie Irving, and them believing in the flat earth, because obviously they're probably waking up to a lot of things. So we're going to continue on here, and I'm going to show you some more examples in a second. So let me get back to the lesson, and we're going to continue on, y'all. All right. Now, Have you ever been called any of these names? Sacred namer, Judaizer, Torah terrorist, Black Hebrew Israelite, racist, legalist, cult member, Hebrew roots movement, etc. These different titles are man-made labels used to identify those who truly follow Yahuwah and Yahusha. When the pressure gets turned up enough, your family and friends will turn against you, and you will be considered the problem to the majority and falsely accused of creating division. Now, I have been called all of these things more than I can tell you, more times than I can count on my hands, y'all. I've been called a Judaizer, I've been called a BHI, I've been called a legalist, and all these things. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this is what I'm talking about when I talk about you will be hated if you embrace this truth, whether you're of the bloodline or whether you're grafted in. I'm going to show you an example of this. Our brother, our beloved brother, Truth Unedited, shout out to him, is being attacked. And look at what these folks are saying. Let's just watch it. I ain't gonna say too much. Now, y'all, if y'all watch Truth Unedited, y'all know that he is a very fair, loving brother in Yahuwah Yahusha. You know what I'm saying? He does a great job explaining these things. But of course, these white Christians have a problem with what he's saying. Let's just take a look real quick. I would just think out of all people, why him? He don't come in nobody aggressively or anything like that. But it goes to show you, even if you deal with these people in a nice way, these heathens always got something to say. So here we go. Just listen to what this man is saying. And you could tell he's a European. But just listen.
Okay, this sermon is entitled Truth Unedited is Going to Hell. Like to open up with prayer. And then with a few verses, all right, dear God, thank you for giving us your clear word. Thank you for allowing us to see what it says. Bless the listeners. Unedited. Well, Truth Unedited is nothing but a stupid YouTuber.
You see that? You see that? He mad. He mad. Now, what did Truth Unedited do to you? Esau, what did he do to you? Okay, why are you so mad at him? You mad because he's 713,000 subscribers. His videos do pretty well, even though he's been shadow banned, even though he's had his videos deleted. Are you mad because Yahuwah is using him? That's what it seems like to me. I'm just saying. Well, let's keep going.
Unsaved, and he's a false prophet, and
these people are a false prophet. Nigga, when did he claim to be one? He never claimed to be no prophet. This is what I even get called that. Have I ever on this stream or ever in any of my songs ever said that I am a prophet? Nigga, I've never said that, bro. I just say I'm a vessel of Yahuwah. I'm a teacher of the truth. I don't even like calling myself teacher. I'm just a man that Yahuwah's revealed some things to. I'm a vessel. I'm a disciple of the Most High, and I just bring forward his word. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But he's calling him a false prophet. They just grasp at straws to label us. Man, these dudes big mad, cuz.
Dime a dozen. So let's take a listen to what he has to say, and then I'm going to expose him as the unsaved devil that he is. Here goes.
Oh my God.
Idolatry is when you place yourself or other.
Okay, now, Truth Unedited is explaining idolatry, and it's putting anything above the Most High, which can essentially be idolatry, whether it's your wife, whether it's your skin tone, whether it's your bloodline, whether it's your, you know what I'm saying, your extracurricular activities, whatever it is, anything that's placed in priority over Yahuwah can be considered idolatry. So that's all he's explaining, but obviously this guy don't like that. So let's just keep listening.
Other things in priority of Elohim. This is manifested and shown in numerous ways. But when you engage in idolatry, you are not saved and will not inherit his kingdom. And you can continue to lie to yourself and continue to believe what religion has distracted you with. But in the end, his sheep hear his voice and they follow and obey him.
Now, according to him, idolatry can cause a person to not inherit the kingdom of God.
Oh, okay. I get what he's proposing. He's essentially believes the once saved, always saved foolishness. Okay. So that now listen, y'all, this is the problem with Christianity. There's just so many doctrines being thrown around. Even us Israelites know that if we do something wrong, the Most High will reprove us. It doesn't mean he doesn't still love us, but he's still going to chastise us. Now, if you truly follow the ways of Yahuwah, you truly follow the ways of Yahusha, you know that you have to become a new creation. Okay, so if you go right back to sin, you know what I'm saying, in your walk with the Most High, you have to obviously repent. Now, if you die in that sin, you're not going to make it to the kingdom. So this once saved, always saved stuff is retarded. I'm sorry, I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I don't want people to think I'm saying like that in a negative way. But this is the heathen doctrine. The heathen doctrine doesn't make any sense. He's attacking truth unedited because he's saying if you are practicing idolatry, you are not saved. And if you die in that transgression, you will not make it into the kingdom. This is what he's mad about. And he's calling him the devil because he essentially is telling the truth. Nothing should take precedence over Yahuwah. Nothing should. That is idolatry, and he hates that. How many times did he reprove our people for idolatry? Whether it was the women, the strange women, whether it was the idols that they were following of the other nations, wanted to be like the other nations, wanted to follow in the ways of the other nations. All those things were given precedence over Yahuwah, which is what made him so angry. So but see, Christians don't read the so-called First Covenant or the Old Testament, where he makes it clear he does not like idolatry. But because they go straight to the renewed covenant, what they call the New Testament, they don't understand our Father. They don't understand our Lua and how he works and what he does not like. This is the problem with Christianity, y'all. But let's keep listening.
And I'm not certain about this, but I believe he's one of these black Hebrew Israelites, one of the supposed descendants of the ancient Israelites. And these people are notorious for calling God Elohim and Jesus Yeshua. It's nothing but a stupid cult filled with unsaved, works-trusting bastards.
You know what's crazy, bro? They call everything a cult, but their own freaking religion. Okay, their religion itself is a cult. This is why I have a problem dealing with Christians sometimes, because they're quick to call someone and say someone's in a cult. Their whole religion is a cult. You're worshiping a gay man. That's number one. Some of y'all say, oh, we're homophobic. We don't like the LGBT. We don't like this and that. But y'all worship a homo. Okay? A man that banged his sister, unalived his brother, was a son of a pope. Okay? The Messiah looked nothing like that. Okay, and then on top of that, above all things, you guys are under the umbrella of a religion that literally are enemies of Yahuwah's people and destroyed his temple. 70 AD. The Romans did it. This is where you get Christianity from. The Council of Nicaea that took place in 325 AD under Constantine, he was a pagan. It's so interesting. Most Christians don't even understand this history. That is a whole cult. And it's not just a cult. It's a pagan cult. But these labels, family, is how the persecution will be brought against those of you who are from other nations who have been grafted in and accept the truth, and also against us. You can just see the way they say Black Hebrew Israelite, how they feel. That is a disparaging term. But once again, why are you not calling them people in Israel white Jews? Such a double standard. All right, we're going to keep going. We're going to just listen to a little bit more. I low-key find this hilarious.
So according to him, idolatry can cause a person not to go to heaven. This means that he has not trusted Jesus Christ to save him from all his sins, e.g. idolatry. And he also believes you have to follow and obey Jesus as part of salvation, which is completely unknowable and biblically non-specific. So let's continue listening to him.
What is
Here goes.
Talking about?
Now, there really is an easy way to cancel out that once saved, always saved doctrine.
Cancel out eternal life. The reason why he says this and teaches this is because he's not saved. He's not saved, so he's not.
Okay, all right, yo. Okay. I can't with this guy. I mean, I don't know if he's like slow or there's something wrong with him, but he just don't seem like he's all the way there. Now, since we're talking about these terms that these people use on us, such as Black Hebrew Israelite, so on and so forth, even when it comes to using the Most High's name, Yahuwah, right? We use his name because we esteem his name. He told us to. He told us that my people shall know my name. Behold, it is I. He said that this is my name forever. There's so many scriptures of the Most High telling us to reference his name. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just pull this up here. He gave us instruction to call on his name, to speak his name, to know his name, to praise his name. So when I hear people saying, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't use his name, I kind of find that kind of funny because, you know, calling him God, how is that specifying who you serve? I mean, now those of us in the truth, we know that God is Satan's name. We know Gadriel is the name of Hashatan. But the thing is, everybody calls their deity God. So who are you actually talking about? I can specify who I'm talking about when I call on the name of Yahuwah. You know, just like I actually feel kind of overjoyed about it because I put all esteem to the Most High Yahuwah on my page because there was this Black woman that has melanin and she barely aged. And I said, melanin is a blessing from the Most High, all esteem to Yahuwah. And then somebody said, who is TMH Yahuwah? And somebody responded and said, that is the Hebrew God. So some people from other nations understand who we are. They understand who we serve. And if the nations did a simple Google search, they could find out how his name is truly Yahuwah and not Yahweh and not, but that's the thing. They don't mind calling him Yahweh. They don't mind calling him Jehovah. They don't mind calling him Lord. But when it comes to his true Abari name, just like with the Messiah, they don't want to accept that. They have a problem with that. I just find that to be crazy. Calling him anything other than Yahuwah. Now, I'm not saying you can't call him the Most High. I'm not saying you cannot call him, Father or Ab, or you can't call him Ha'alua, the Mighty One, right? But when you call him a pagan name, you are breaking the commandments because he said, do not take my name in vain. Okay? You are taking, what is taking his name in vain mean? See, I used to think that when you take his name in vain, you're saying something like, God damn it, or something like that. That's not taking his name in vain. To take his name in vain is to reduce it to nothingness, to give it no meaning, to deprive it of the power and strength that is in it itself. It's just like when I say Yahusha, I am proudly proclaiming that Yahuwah saves. Every Abari name has meaning. My name, for example, Malki-Yahu, means Yahuwah is my king. Why do you think that Nebuchadnezzar changed the name of the the Hebrew boys in Babylon? Their names referenced Yahuwah. Okay, I'm going to tell you the three Hebrew boys. You had Kanan Yahu, which means favorite of Yahuwah. You had Azari Yahu, which means Yahuwah helps. And then you had Misha'al, which means who or what is like Alua. Every single one of their Abari names esteemed the Most High. That's why Nebuchadnezzar changed, like Daniel, for example. His name means a judgment of Yahuwah or avengement of Yahuwah, avenging of Yahuwah, right? He changed his name to Baal Shutsar, which means it's some reference to Baal. People don't understand the language, nor do they understand the importance of why Yahuwah put his name upon his people. It's not no small thing. Even when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade. Let me show you guys that real quick since we're talking about the name. I posted this on my my community tab because I feel like it's important when identifying Yasharal. You take a look at the community tab and it's easy to see why we are the people of the book, because those taken into the transatlantic slave trade had the name Yah or Yahu in their name. So let me just show this to you guys real quick. Most of you guys have already seen this, but to those who have not, I want to just show this to people who may be new to this. So this is the transatlantic slave trade. I know it's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. It's kind of hard to see, so let me scroll over here. All right, you can see Adayahu, okay, Afanya, Agrobra, Aguya, Agataraya, Abarkaya. Okay, these are all Hebrew people brought into the transatlantic slave trade. You can see the ranging age 15, 10, 29, 11, 7 years old, female. And it tells you what slave ship they were on and what year they were brought on the slave ship. Now, you can find this for your own personal, if you want to just do some research and find out. Here's a more close-up image right here. You can see these are Ebos, Hebrew people. Akiya, Hanya, Hanya, Ya'u, Ya'o, Inya, Bineya, Hanya, Inya. Okay, these are all our people, family. Someone asked me to repost a slave trade database proving the Yasharim Israelites were once taken into the transatlantic slave trade. Notice they all had Yah or Yahu in their name. This is why Yahuwah said, if my people who are called by my name, sorry, I get excited, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face, I will forgive their transgressions. Yada Yahuwah, yada Yahuwah, yada Yahuwah. So his name does matter. Okay, I know people say it don't matter. It does. Kylie says, if I were to say OMG, is it fine since God isn't in y'all's name? Sometimes I say, oh my gosh, but I don't say OMG as far as God. I just try to, you know what I'm saying, avoid that. Please share this at Yexer. Okay, let me give y'all the website. Just in case you may want to look at this on your own time. So give me a second. I'm going to pull it up here. I know it's kind of hard to find sometimes. Slave trade. Yeah. Let me see here. Okay. I'm trying to find the website because they don't move so much stuff around. Family, it's crazy. It's like they're trying to like hide some stuff. So just give me a second, y'all. We're going to find this. Let me just pull this up here. Okay. How do I search? Transatlantic database. Give me a second, y'all. I'm on the website right now. I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna try to see if I can find it. Enslaved people. Okay. Slave ship owner, year range. Okay, let me just type in Yah. See what I can find. Okay. I'm not finding it, dude. They done changed so much around, bro. That's why I took screenshots, because I knew as the truth continued to come out, they was gonna move some stuff around. Sheesh, I can't find it, y'all. My bad. I'm gonna try to see if I can find some other source where you guys can find this stuff. Yah in the name. I'm on Google right now, y'all. I'm trying to find this thing. Yeah, they really did move some stuff around, family. It's so obvious that they did, because it's like they don't want you to know this. Okay. Database includes name, configure columns, African name, search name. Okay. Here we go. Search ranking. Bro, I can't find it. Oh my gosh. I'm so angry, y'all. Yeah, they obviously don't want people to know some things. That's why I can't get to it as easily as I used to be able to. So to everybody that wanted to have access to this, I don't really know what to tell you, because they've switched some stuff around. They have switched some stuff around, so I'm not really sure how to look stuff up anymore. I mean, you would think it'd just be as simple as just typing something in, but clearly they don't want you to know. Okay. So I'm sorry that the screenshots are not that good, but it's the best I can do. Yeah, they definitely don't want us to know. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe I can search. Okay, here we go. I found it. Never mind. All right, let me just type in the name Yah, and let's see what we can find here. And I'm going to post the link in just a second. In between. Yeah, I don't know. It's not showing up here. They're definitely hiding stuff from us, family. So, I mean, you're not going to find it probably online. That's why I asked you to share it, because I've been unable to find it. Yeah, I know, sis. They're trying to hide this. This is what I'm saying. They don't want you to know who you are. They don't want you to know. They really don't. Now, if you go on Pinterest, you might be able to find it possibly on there. Slave trade database, Yah. And if I could find a more cleaner image, I'll post it again, because the image that I have was from my phone and it's not the most cleanest image. Yeah, I'm not finding it. They definitely don't want you to know this, but it's too late, nigga. We already know. Lady Audi said, isn't it slave trade? That's where I'm at right now, beloved. I'm there right now, but if I type in Yah, right, I'm not finding it at all. Yeah, they've moved some stuff around for sure. So it's like trying to find the name and all that is just going to be difficult. Like, it lets you search by characteristics, purchase numbers, overall numbers, but it's not like you can actually search by name, which I find to be kind of crazy. Let me see. Maybe if I search by Negroes, it'll show up. Yeah, it's just no way to really look this up definitively. They just don't want you to know. Wow. And I'm not saying that whoever owns this website, I don't know if this is a Black-owned website, but they just don't want you. That's what I did, sis. I did type Yah in the search bar. It's not showing up anything. Let me show you, just so I can prove it. So this is Slave Voyages, Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, slavevoyages.org. So if I go, first of all, the search bar is extremely hard to find. That's number one. You would think you would just see search something like search settings right here, reset all. Let me just go to reset all. Now, if you look, you're going to notice there's not really a search bar here. They don't want you to be able to find it. That's what I'm saying. Downloads, edit database, resources, about, blog, languages, sources of data. Okay, so I could try this. Let me put Yah, put apply. Nothing. No data available in the table. They're hiding this, beloved. They are. They don't want you to know. Enslaved people. Now, if I go here, I can look up purchase numbers, landing numbers, percentage by age, characteristics, captive background, but it does not show the name Yah or any way to search that. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Gold Coast, Negroes, even when I put in Negroes, or let me put African. Let me see what comes up. Apply. Nothing. See what I'm saying? They're hiding this. They are clearly hiding this. They don't want us to know. So, I mean, to anybody that figures this out, just let me know, and maybe I'll do a video on it, but it's really hard to figure this out. They done changed so much, bro. They done hit so much. It's crazy. Type in EL or all. I mean, I could try that. I don't know if that's going to work either, but hey, why not? Let's see. Let me just reset this. Okay. I'll try it, bro, but let's see. Search enslaved. Okay. Captive background. AL. Nope. Nothing. Like I said, they're just hiding it. All right, y'all. We are going to continue on, but I just wanted to show you guys that what I do have on my page is essentially just a few screenshots proving we're the people of the transatlantic slave trade. And I probably will do more in-depth study on everything about that. because they're essentially now trying to say that there are no slave ships, which is cap. There were slave ships. They just try to hide everything. All right, y'all. So we're going to continue on here. Let me get back to, I actually have some other stuff I want to show you. So we talked about the sacred name. You see how they're attacking Ron. Now, take a look at this.
As a scientist, do you believe in God?
Productive scientists do not bring their Bible, their scripture, their holy books into the lab because they do not mix there. So they draw a line in the sand and they do one in one place, then they worship on the weekend, Saturday or Sunday, whatever your religious tradition, there. So to ask whether they can coexist, the answer is empirically yes. Every description of God that I've heard holds God to be all-powerful, very typical, and all good. And then I look around and I see a tsunami that killed 250,000 people in Indonesia, an earthquake that killed 250,000 people in Haiti, and I see earthquakes and tornadoes and disease, childhood leukemia, and I see all of this and I say, I do not see evidence of both of those being true simultaneously. If there is a God, the God is either not all-powerful or not all good.
So you can see when it comes to these individuals, they always have this agenda to try to disprove who Yahuwah is. They'll either say he's, oh, you know, I see a lot of atheists say things like, well, if he's really real and he's really loved, then why there's cancer? Why is there this? Why would he kill a bunch of people in the flood? And so on and so on. They use every tactic they can to, you know, just attack the Most High, essentially, and make you feel like if you believe in him, something's wrong with you. So this is just a system. And this is why people, you know, and even when it comes to Christianity, right? So if I say the Most High is going to fight for the Negroes, he loves the Negroes, and he has placed the Negroes above every nation on this earth. Even when it comes to Christians, that destroys everything that they've been taught when it comes to Christianity, because please always remember, Christianity is white supremacy. It is sour cream supremacy. It is. And that's what needs to be understood. You can't really separate the two. They go hand in hand. And just in case there might be some people out there that want to claim to be Christian, let me just remind you of what your religion really is about. Christianity and sour cream supremacy are one and the same. You see the KKK? You see the Jesus saves right there. Okay, this is a terrorist organization, and it's safe to say that Christianity itself is too. Which is why I have a problem with people that want to run back to this lie of this name. Do you know how many wicked things have been done to our people in this wicked pagan name? Oh, boy. And on top of that, let's not also forget that Christianity, or Jesus, was the name of a slave ship. I don't know if you guys know that. Hold on. Why would I, by any stretch of the imagination, serve a deity that is the same name of a slave ship? Take a look at this, y'all. Boom. Slave ship called Jesus. This right here, his name was Sir John Hawkins. He is the one who was a Christian who sold, enslaved some of our people with the slave ship Jesus of Lubeck. And yes, it is a real thing. So it's safe to say that this right here, this was the first coming of Jesus right here. If we biblically speaking, the first coming of Jesus took place right here. When them boats came to the shores of West Africa, that was the first coming of Jesus. Okay? Because, yeah, that's what people don't like to think about. Yes, Frank Arboreg. Yes, it was given by Queen Elizabeth. Yeah. So I have no interest in no pagan Jesus Christ. I don't eat cheese and rice. I'm not good. Keep your cheese and rice. I don't do that over here. All right, y'all be making me laugh, gang. All right, so we're gonna continue on here. Now, So we talked a little bit about, you know, just these people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy. Even he came out with a video trying to disprove Nuach and Noah when he built the ark and so on and so forth. So this next thing I want to show you guys is the attack on the name of Yahuwah. They call it the sacred name movement, and they call you Hebrew roots. You, like I said, these are all terms that Hasatan is using to identify those who are followers of Yahuwah and Yahusha. So here's another video.
All right, y'all, I'm back with some concerns, this time about two movements that have gained extreme traction and popularity today, the Hebrew Roots movement and the Sacred Name movement. And I believe both of those are deception at the core, and you are to mark and avoid them. So what is the Hebrew Roots movement? Generally, the basic overview is that they believe we are called to live by the Mosaic law. If you do not do that, you're not considered a true believer. And the Sacred Name movement, they believe that we are to address God and his son by their true names. And if you do not do that, it's considered blasphemy and sinful. So the main issue I have with both these movements is they detract from the power of Jesus and who he is, whether it be his name or what he did on the cross for us. For example, if you are going to live by the law, I sure hope you are living by the whole law. And the law is quite extensive if you look at it. It is quite near impossible to attain. That is why Jesus came and quite literally died on the cross, to fulfill the law so that he could establish the new covenant and bridge that gap between us and God. If you look at the law, it goes into things like do not wear mixed fibers, do not fear killing false prophets, but they negate those and they focus on, okay, observe the feast, observe the Sabbath, but you cannot pick and choose pieces of the law and be okay. Scripture even says you're going to be judged by the entirety of it if you're going back to it. It even warns us about going back to the heavy yoke and burden of the law and to remain in the freedom that Christ got for us. So this movement, the Hebrew Roots movement, it takes away from what Jesus did on the cross, which is quite significant. It's literally how we live in the freedom and grace of what he's done so that we can be in communion with God. Now we go to the Sacred Name movement. It's there taking away from the power of his name, Jesus. I understand that they say the origin of his name was in Greek and they have all kinds of reasonings. However, if you are convicted to call him Yahushua, that's fine. I can completely respect that. That's your conviction. Go with it. However, the issue is when you come and say, now you're in sin to another believer who's calling him Jesus. That is not biblical. There's nowhere in the Bible that says it's sinful. And also, when you say that the Bible's in error in calling him Jesus, you're then taking away the standard by which we live, which is the word of God and is truth in its entirety. Both move.
Okay, there's a whole lot wrong with what she says, but I'm about to show y'all this funny little meme that I made that's going to tell you everything that I feel with what she said. Boom! When Christians say Yahusha taught the Torah to die and do away with it. Ah, boy. Okay, so what's interesting to me, gang, is that a lot of times when it comes to these Christians, first of all, Jesus Christ is not the Messiah's name. Okay, and I can show you evidence of that very, very easily. Let me go here real quick. Let me go back to my Facebook, and I'm going to show you because I have lots of scriptures I can share with you, proving just off the strength of that his name is not Jesus. We're going to just take a look at this real quick. Let me go to my Facebook because I have all these scriptures laid out. Okay, wonderful, 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 yada yada. So let me go back to Facebook here, and I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to just go through some of these verses, okay? Now, this video is from one of our Akeem. You probably know him on TikTok, but he was just showing you that they removed the Father's name from the scriptures about almost 7,000 times. Now, let's just look at some of these scriptures here because people say his name doesn't matter and this and that and all of that. Now let's just take a look. So the first place you can understand his name is in Shamuth or Exodus 3:15, where he says, "This is my name forever." I've read that so many times, so we'll keep going. Now let's take a look at Numbers 6:27. Bamadabar, Numbers 27. "And you shall put my name upon the children of Yasharah, and I will bless them." That's Bamadabar or Numbers 6:27. This is exactly why the name Yah and Yahu was in the children of Yasharah, such as Malkiyahu, such as Yahukanan, such as Yahusha, such as Kazak Yahu, or what you call Hezekiah, such as Yaram Yahu or Jeremiah, Yasha Yahu, Isaiah. Okay, this lines up with scripture completely. Malachi 4:2. "But unto you that fear my name shall the brilliance of righteousness arise with healing wings, and shall go forth and grow up as the calves of the stall." Now keep in mind, he's not saying a title, he's saying his name. Now he has a warning to the Gentiles who think his name doesn't matter. Okay, this is Malachi or Malachi 2:2. "If you will not hear, and if you will not lay it to my heart to give esteem unto my name, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, I will send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already, because you do not lay it to my heart." So essentially, when you're saying his name doesn't matter, you can call him whatever you want. That is a sense of impiety. That is a lack of reverence to him, because that goes directly against what he said. He wanted his name to be known. This is why we were chosen. We were chosen that his name could be known by the nations, that they may call upon his name. That is our whole purpose. So I kind of understand why the heathens don't understand why we go so hard for his name, because that's really what our assignment is. You know what I'm saying? We are called to help the nations know the name of Yahuwah Yahusha, right? That's the Bashura. It's part of the Bashura. Bashura is, we talk about how he shed his blood, and they can be grafted in if they accept the blood of the Messiah, but that they must be grafted in. They must keep the laws and commandments and cleave to Jacob, but the Most High has opened up a way for the nations to come in through the Messiah, through his blood being shed. That is essentially the Bashura. But how will you understand the Bashura if you do not know what the Bashura is? The Bashura is of Yahusha HaMashiach. That's not the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's something totally separate. Why would Yahuwah name his son after a pagan deity? He wanted to break us away from paganism. He wanted to pull us away from the ways of the nations. Why would he give you a pagan name to call upon to bring you salvation? That goes against everything the Most High said. This is what these heathens don't understand when it comes to the name. Let's keep going. This is Malachi 1:11. "From the rising of the sun even to the going down of the same shall my name be great among the other nations." Right? I just said that. "And in every place incense shall be offered unto my name, and a pure offering shall my name be great among the heathen, says Yahuwah Sabaoth." And that's Malachi or Malchi 1:11. Okay? This is Proverbs 30 verse 4. "Who has ascended up into the heaven or descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fist? Who has bound the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name? If you can tell." This is Mashalim or Proverbs 30 verse 4. Now, Yahuwah's name is not GLD or LORD. I'm probably going to really have to do a video about this in depth, y'all, but we just going through it for the heck of it. This is one of my favorite verses, Yashayahu 65:11. "But you that forsake Yahuwah, that forget my holy mountain, and prepare a table for GAD, that furnish the drink offering unto Mani," or money, God and money. Yeah, that's why there's a reason why that's on the back of your dollar bill. But anyway, Shemuth 23:13. "And in all things that I've said, be guarded, make no mention of the name of other Elohim or other deities, neither let it be heard out of your mouth." That's Exodus or Shemuth 23:13. Yashayahu Isaiah 42:8. "I am Yahuwah, that is my name, and my esteem I will not give to another, nor my praise to graven images." And there's so many more about Yahuwah. Now, Let's talk about the Messiah. The Father's name is in the Messiah's name. This is Kanuk or Enoch 48:3. Before the sun and signs were created, before the stars of heaven were formed, his name, Yahusha, was invoked in the presence of Yahuwah Sabaoth. A support shall he be, and a light shall he be to all nations. So the Messiah's name was established before Yahuwah, before even the luminaries were created. His name can't be transliterated, can't be translated. His name is his name. Beware. Okay, this is Shamuth, Exodus 23:21. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions. For my name is in him. Yahusha, Yahuwah, meaning Yahuwah saves. This totally destroys Jesus and Yeshua and everything else. Well, let's keep going. Yehukanan, John 5:43. I came in my Father's name, you receive me not. If another shall come in his own name, him you will receive. Okay? Yehukanan, John 17:6. I manifested your name unto the men which you gave me out of the world. Yours they were, and you gave them me, and they have guarded your word. So Yahusha has manifested the name of the Most High to men that he has given Mashiach to. Those who are chosen, those who are, of the, obviously our people are coming back to his name, right? He said he would remove the name of Balaam or Baal out of our mouths. But also the nations that he has chosen to be a part of this have received his name. Mathoth Yahu, Matthew 1:21, she shall bring forth the son, you shall call his name Yahusha, for he shall save his people from their sins. The root word of Yahusha is Yasha. Yasha means to save, deliver, or redeem. So the reason why it says he shall be called Yahusha is because it means to deliver, save, redeem. So you can say Yahuwah saves, Yahuwah delivers, Yahuwah redeems, Yahuwah gain the victory when you say Yahusha. Okay? Yehukanan 12:13 took branches of palm trees, went forth to meet him, and cried, Hushana, blessed is the king of Yasharal that comes in the name of Yahuwah. So Baruch haba basham Yahuwah. Blessed is he that comes in the name of Yahuwah. Luke 19:38 says the same thing. Blessed be the king that comes in the name of Yahuwah. Peace in heaven, glory in the highest. And then there's just all these scriptures that say the same thing. Blessed is he that comes in the name of Yahuwah. Blessed is he that comes in the name of Yahuwah. So how is his name not Yahusha? How is it Jesus? Where is the Most High's name in Jesus? Or even Yeshua? It's not there. So this is what these heathens don't understand about this Bible and about his name. It does matter. So to say, oh, they're attacking the name of Jesus, I think you need to do a little bit more research on the pagan origins of Jesus Christ. Matter of fact, one more thing, bro. I'm going to show y'all one more little thing, and then we're going to keep going. This is something I'm going to show in my next teaching, because I'm going to probably do a video on the names, but let me just show this to you real quick. So let me go here. If I can find it. Okay. All right. Let me show this to you real quick. This is exactly why, if you're new to this channel, why you shouldn't be calling him Christ. I'm going to just show this to you real quick. I've done this plenty of times before, but maybe y'all didn't notice. So I'm on a Sanskrit dictionary right now, okay? Let me close this. This is a Sanskrit dictionary. Let me zoom in. I just want y'all to see this. All right? Let me make this bigger. Okay. Now, this is a Sanskrit dictionary, as you can see. All right? Now, what would happen if I type in the word Christ? What shows up? Let me just see. Christ. Wait, actually, I don't know. Christmas popped up, but okay, Christ. Boom. Krishna. Okay? Krishna, one of the names of the great teachers of India, classed as an avatara. His death in 3102 marked the onset of the Kali Yuga, or Dark Age. Krishna means Christ, and others equate him with Osiris, Horus, and Christ. Christ is another name for Krishna, y'all. This is what I've shown people plenty of times before, but I'm going to show you again. All right, let me go here. Lord Jesus Christ and Buddha are incarnations of Krishna. This is Krishna.org admitting it out of their own mouths. And I'll show you another witness. That name is pagan. I'm telling y'all. This is why I don't say it. Okay. Let me see. Where is it? Okay, hold on. But this is literally Krishna.org. Christ, same name. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. Christ and Krishna, the name is the same. It's pagan, y'all. This is exactly why in Christianity, they have a trinity of Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit, the Christian Trinity. Let me just show it to you. And this is why in the Eastern mysticism religions, they also believe in a Trinity. It's paganism. See? Look at that. Trinity. I'm telling you that the Most High, the Son, and the Father are all one being. The Most High came in the flesh, and the Ruach is the Most High in spirit form, dwelling amongst men. However, if I go to Hinduism, I talked about this on Is Yahuwah Yahusha video. They also believe in the pagan trinity. Okay? So all of this stuff is just what these Christians don't understand. Doesn't JC mean earth pig? Yes, it does. The the letter G and the letter E is earth, and then Zeus means pig in Latin. So it also does mean earth pig, 100%. Yep, that's 100% right. Yes, indeed. All right, y'all, let's get back to this. I feel like, bro, this lesson has just been all over the place. Y'all forgive me, man. Okay. All right, let's get back to this lesson, y'all. Whew, boy, I've been all over the place today. All right. So as we mentioned, there's all these different things that they're calling you. I just showed you some examples of, you know, people calling you, Black Hebrew Israelite, calling you a Judaizer, calling you a sacred namer, so on and so forth. It's essentially because the world has a problem with these teachings. And so they've been brainwashed by these pastors, by Christianity, so on and so forth, to believe that these things are actually, you know what I'm saying, something's wrong with calling on the true name of the Most High. Bino says, when you sit back and think how many people are going to fall just because of that name is crazy. Yeah, I know, Ak. And that's why I feel like when it comes to the anti-Messiah, he will be accepted because he will come in the name of Jesus. And let me, you know what? Okay, all right. I've been all over the place. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. But it's like when I talk to y'all, bro, I get ideas and things that relate to what I'm saying. So if y'all don't mind that I kind of jump around a lot, give me a 1 in the chat just so I can know that I'm not doing too much. So if y'all don't mind that I jump around a lot in these teachings, just give me a 1 in the chat, because I sometimes I feel like what I do is bad. But I just have to prove all things. So give me 1 second. I just want to show this to you because Truth Unedited talked about this. But what people don't understand is that even Muslims are waiting on Jesus. They are waiting on him. Okay, I see ones in the chat. Okay, y'all don't mind. Okay, cool. Okay, I just had to be sure. So let me show this to y'all real quick. Give me 1 second. I got to pull up the video. Shout out to Truth Unedited. Y'all know I got love for our key Ron, so shout out to him. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this video up, and I'm going to just show you that Muslims are also waiting on Jesus Christ. They are also waiting on him. Now, we know Christianity is false, but why is it that they have that in common? Because they're both waiting on Jesus. So how can this truly be the truth? Okay, let me go to the video. All right, here we go. Shout out to Truth Unedited, Ron. We're going to be sharing your video because I want to prove a point. So Aki Bino, shout out to you, Ak. Take a look at this, y'all. Let me show this to you. Let me share my screen. If you have not checked out Truth Unedited, boy, something wrong with you. No, I'm just playing. He got some good teachings. Definitely check him out. All right, look at this. Now, I have a lot of respect for Ron because he's been coming out and telling a lot of truth these Christians don't like. But pay attention to what he's about to tell you in a second here.
This is Tammuz, who came from Mesopotamia. There is a difference. There is a world religion forming And Jesus will be a part of it.
You heard that? Jesus will be a part of the one world religion. But let's keep listening.
Do we expect the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church to drop their doctrines that they conquered the world in? Even with Muslims believing in Jesus too, they are expecting his coming too?
What if I told you that after every prayer, we pray for the reappearance of Jesus? Us Muslims believe that he will be sent down by God alongside the Mahdi, the grandson of the Holy Prophet. They will come at a time when the world is filled with war, with corruption, with lies and injustice. And they will come to end this dark era and introduce an era of peace.
That's the anti-Messiah. That they're talking about the anti-Messiah, because when you look at Islam doctrine, Muslim doctrine, their anti-Messiah will rule for 7 years. He will persecute anyone who does not convert to this religion. I'm just saying. I did like a breakdown of this on Facebook, and I'm like, bro, he fits all the Mahdi that she just mentioned. Okay, let me explain it like this. Their Messiah is our anti-Messiah, and our Mashiach Yahusha is their anti-Messiah. They believe that their Messiah, the Mahdi, will be accompanied by their Islamic Jesus, who is called Esau. But when you look at the scriptures, the Bible says that there's going to be a beast and there's going to be a false prophet. What if the Mahdi and the Islamic Jesus are the beast and the false prophet? I'm just saying. Hashatan, he reverts everything. But let's just keep going.
Of justice, of compassion and truth. This belief in their second coming is what gives me hope to fight for a better day and a better world.
I don't know if you believe these three faiths are true, but I do not. So let's see.
Okay, we'll stop right there. But I just wanted to show you that even Muslims are waiting on Jesus. Linda Rutherford, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Good to see you. I was wondering where you were at. But yeah, family, they essentially believe in Jesus and they're waiting on Jesus. So how can this be the true name? If even, and somebody asked earlier in the chat if Muslims are Ishmael. Some of them are, but you gotta understand that there's a lot of European, it originally came from Ishmael, one of his descendants, but a lot of these Muslims you see today are really just Europeans, in all honesty. Melanated Bayah says, I binged on Truth Unleaded for at least 2 months at the beginning of my walk. Yes. Let me tell y'all, family, I've been watching Truth Unedited for about 9+ years. I've been watching him for a long time. I have never missed a video of his. He's uploaded consistently every Friday, on time, every time. I've been watching him for a long time, y'all. And I've learned a lot from him. So yada yada. Patricia Matthews, Shabbat Shalom, says, I learned a lot from Truth Unedited before I came to your line. Oh, all esteem to Yahuwah, man. You know, all esteem to Yahuwah. Bino says, bro, we just love the lesson. Okay, I'm glad y'all are okay with me jumping around a lot, because I think that's when the streams are the best. Because we like y'all have to understand, you guys are a large part of these studies for me as the one that's kind of like teaching this and doing the assembly. A lot of times, family, you guys are a huge part of these lessons too, because I might have a lesson prepared, but I bounce off a lot of ideas just by talking to you guys, just by you guys giving your thoughts, giving your opinions, giving context, or just commenting on something that I'm saying in the chat. That's why I like going live, because I can bounce ideas in these studies off of information you have. We've all been in this walk at different lengths, different paths, and we can really bounce a lot of ideas off of each other. You know what I'm saying? So all esteem to the Most High. Lady Yaudi said, I started watching him early 2023. Yada yada. Okay, okay, we're gonna make this fun. All right. Since we're being interactive right now, we'll get back to the lesson in a minute. Give me the year that you woke up to the truth of Yahuwah and Yahusha. For me, it was 2019. I just want to know, people's different time frames as far as when you came into this. I came into this, I can actually tell you the exact day, because it was Truth Unedited's video that woke me up about being Yasharal. let me see. Blessings and curses. I'll just go to his video and I can literally tell you the exact day. 4 years ago, bro. Wow. Yada Yahuwah. Okay, so I can easily just tell you it was, hold on, where's the date at? I want the exact date. October 25th, 2019 is when I woke up to being Yasharah. All I got to do is just go back to this video. This was the video that woke me up. The blessings and curses of the Israelites. October 25th, 2019 was my awakening. Yada Yahuwah. Okay, let's see. Taishi says 2021. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Yummy. You woke up this year? Yada Yahuwah. All esteem to the Most High. Wow. Praise Yahuwah. Cindy Carr, February 2019. Okay, a few months before me. Yada Yahuwah. Vincent Rollins, what up, Op? 2021. All esteem to Yahuwah. Lady Yaudi says November 23 for the names and the whole truth 2024. Wow, it was actually different for me, sis. Like I learned the truth first, and then the names kind of came a little bit later. I used to call them Yahweh. Patricia says 6/12/2021. Yada Yahuwah. See, she got an exact date too. All esteem to Yahuwah. A has 2022. Okay, not too bad. Azariah Lions 2017. Wow. Woo. Because you know, Pastor Darby, man, shout out to you know what he did, bro, because he really brought a lot of truth out in like that 2016 time. 2012, Netanya Judah, 1971, 2012. Wow. All esteem to Yahuwah. Loner P says during the oh wow, yeah. I mean, a lot of people woke up during that time too because they had a lot of time to search out the scriptures, do a lot of reading, watch a lot of videos. Abiyahu says 2014. Wow, man, some of us have been in this for a long time, bro. Thanks for turning me on to Truth Unedited. Oh, you're welcome. If I played a role in turning you on to that, brother, all esteem to the Most High, because he does some great work. Kylise, she woke up in 2020 to 2021. Yada Yahuwah. Yahukanan woke up in 2023, last year. Okay, Yada Yahuwah. Amiya Yaki Yada. Shabbat Shalom says 2019. Okay, same as me. And Catmosphere 2015. Wow. So we've all been, you know what I'm saying, at different times been awakened to this. Hold on, there's more. Hold on, don't want to miss nobody. Annie K says in 2018, but I backslid. Well, that's okay, sis. I mean, when we first started understanding things, we had to try to figure some things out. Matter of fact, the first time the truth was brought to me was like in 2010, really. But I just didn't accept it at the time because it was being presented to me by people in these camps. And I just thought that their fruit was off. So it wasn't until 2019 that I fully was able to receive it because Truth Unedited presented it in a way that made sense. And it wasn't just, you know, anger and yelling and just craziness like that. Frank Albrecht says, really want to know the truth, Father, at the very start of 2020. Oh, okay. Yada Yahuwah. Esther Light says 2021. Okay. All esteem to Yahuwah. The whole true self Miyah says between 2019 and 2020, when all my family so-called friends started to detest me. That's really what it feels like for me. It feels like I started experiencing a lot of separation from people in my life right around the time I came into the understanding of this. So prior to that, I had already been experiencing separation, and then coming into the truth, it just kind of exacerbated the separation from people. Keeping it real, Shabbat Shalom. She says 2001. Wow. Okay, she wins, y'all. Y'all show her some love. She has been in this truth longer than all of us. 2001, bro. I was 11 then. Wow. That's a long time. All esteem to Yahuwah. But this is just proof, family, that Yahuwah deals with us all at different times. You know, sometimes I used to beat myself up and I used to say, I wish I would have known this sooner. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't the right time for me to know. The Most High has appointed times. It's just like when it was brought to me way earlier than 2019. It was brought to me in like 2010. But it wasn't the time for me to receive that. Just like with you, if you woke up last year, you woke up in 2023, it was not the time for you to receive it. Obviously, you're here. Obviously, you're seeking the truth. I see a lot of you guys on other Israelite channels. Maybe you are in the right place in order for you to fully walk in this truth. Maybe you wouldn't have been there or been as willing to seek Yahuwah if you would have woke up sooner than you already are. He chose you to know at this time where there are some great things that are about to happen. So all esteem to Yahuwah. Stephanie M, 2017. Wow. Yada Yahuwah. Melanated by Yah says, I'm new, 2022 to 2023. Wow. Wow, man. It's amazing, bro. We all have different time frames. 2012, 2018, 2023. Yes, RIP Pastor Darby, man. He woke up a lot of our people very, very early on, y'all. And since we're talking about channels, I recommend Pastor Stephen Darby. Let me just show him to y'all if you don't know who he is. Now, listen, y'all. He did use JC and those pagan names, but there was a lot of truth being spoken despite that. Okay. And sometimes, you know, in this walk, you got to chew out the meat and spit out the bones. And Pastor Darby was an example of that. And I'm going to say that I do believe essentially he would have gotten to the true names, Yahuwah, Yahusha. Okay. But this is him right here. If you type in Pastor Stephen Darby, it will take you to his page. Okay. And he's not your typical pastor. I mean, he talked about we were the chosen people. He talked about the Messiah was black. He exposed the Freemason. He exposed the gay agenda. He exposed so many things, bro. So he's no longer with us. You know, he's no longer here on earth with us, but you know, he did a lot of great jobs, good job with awakening the dry bones. So all esteem to Yahuwah for, you know, revealing that to him and him bringing this truth out very, very, very early on. This is why a lot of our people woke up in like 2015, 2016, because that's when he started teaching on that kind of stuff. Okay. Ryland, Shabbat Shalom, Aki. He said, Yexer, I came into Naji Uyusha in Q4 of 2022. Okay, so you've been in this for a little bit. Okay. Yada Yahuwah, man. All esteem to Yahuwah, man. Yada Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom to Yaki. Good to see you. Right, the fruit of the camps rubbed me the wrong way, but they directed me to Deuteronomy 28. Once I read it for myself and not from a Christianity perspective, my life was never the same. Yeah, man, I always tell people, man, when it comes to this, bro, this will change your life. This truth will change your life. Even if you're from another nation, it will change your life. Because, and I'm gonna speak from the perspective of the nation. It will change your life because it'll make sense to you why Negroes, number one, are treated the way they are, and number two, why we're so damn good at everything. We would have to be the chosen. You know what I'm saying? Because if you think about it, we dominate sports, we dominate music, we dominate everything. We're the most spiritual people you've ever met. You go into a white evangelical church, they worship way differently than if you go to a Baptist, Kojic, black church, apostolic church, Church of God in Christ, or any of those black churches. We worship way differently than these other nations do. We're just very spiritual. We're just a spiritual people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of other nations I've come across said it was not hard for me to accept y'all were the people because black people are just the most spiritual people I've ever seen. When you think of gospel music, what do you think of? Us. When you think of soul music, what do you think of? Us. When you think of soul food, what do you think of? Us. There's nobody like us, period. I'm just saying. Nimrod says, I really love Pastor Darby, especially on the CERN teaching the bloodlines. I think you can do a documentary on his bloodlines and Reese's thing alone. It's a topic not tackled well enough. You know, I did a teaching on the rhesus thing and the bloodlines. You know I did that, right? Like, I don't know. Okay, let me bring this out because some people don't know about this. So, family, if you have not seen it, a lot of people from this in this chat right now know about this channel because of this documentary I did. And I talked about the fallen bloodline. If you don't know or haven't seen it, I highly suggest watching it, y'all. Let me show it to you. If you go to my page, you go under biblical teachings, you're going to scroll over here to documentaries, okay? Esau and the Horites. This movie will open your eyes to a lot of things, bro. Lady Yaudi said she don't watch this movie like 3 or 4 times. Shout out to her. Yada yada. But that movie will prove some things about these other nations that they never wanted you to know. And that's why I've been under such heavy spiritual attack since I made this film and I dropped this movie. You know what I'm saying? Let me post let me post a link in the chat. And I'm also going to pin it in the chat as well, just in case you might want to be able to watch it after this stream is over. It will open your eyes. And I haven't really seen a lot of people touch on this, this fallen bloodline. I mean, I've heard some people touch on it, but just not in the way that I did. And I proved conclusively that some of these nations come from the fallen. That is essentially what this movie is about. But anyway, family, I pinned it to the top. If you haven't watched it, please watch it. It will blow your mind. Annie K says, that was the first video I saw of yours. Yes. Listen, y'all, when I made that movie, I did not expect it to do what it did. That movie is sitting at like 86K, I think, right now. I did not expect that. I didn't. I just started uploading videos and doing teachings because this was mainly just a music channel. I just would upload my songs, my little, music videos and stuff like that. Here and there, I would do, teachings. People were telling me, Yexer, you got to do more teachings. The Most High's called you to teach. And I was just like, oh, I don't know. I was just kind of being kind of like modest about it. The moment I started doing teachings, those videos just started picking up steam. I started getting pushed through the algorithms more and more and more and more. And now I have somewhat, of an assembly. So it's like when you really obey the Most High and he's called you, he will somehow, some way get people to hear what he has for you to speak. You know what I'm saying? So all esteem to Yahuwah, man. I never expected my channel to be what it is and where it's gone. I did not expect that. Like, wow. All esteem to the Most High, man. It's him. It's him. It's not me. I don't have power over these algorithms. And these algorithms, this is how you know it's Yahuwah. These algorithms are not catered to this truth. You know why? The simple proof is, look how I just tried to show you that the Hebrew slaves were named Yah and Yahu in the Transatlantic slave. Look how quick that was taken down. They don't want you to know who you are. Clearly, they've been hiding it. Look how long they've been pushing this lie about them folks that claim to be us that are called, the Jewish. Okay, so obviously they don't want you to know who you are. These algorithms are not catered towards us sharing this information in other Israelite channels. The fact that these algorithms hide this truth, but somehow, some way, Yahuwah has brought my channel to your YouTube feed, or somehow I showed up in your suggested videos, I showed up in your recommended, is proof he is in control. He is, and it's him. I don't give esteem to I don't esteem myself because it's not me, it's him. Obviously, that truth needs to come out because we've been told we're Ham. We've been told we're this, we've been told they're that, but this is what these white folks never wanted you to know. And now the truth has come out. And now I've been dealing with spiritual warfare hard because I came against some ancient spirits, ancient Ruakuth. So all esteem to Yahuwah for just allowing my channel to show up on your feed. And shout out to everybody that's been here since, that's liked, that shared my videos, that supported me, that's just comes here every Shabbat. Like, y'all really mean a lot to me, man. And I give esteem to Yahuwah that he's allowed us to be able to connect with each other. We're all in different places. scattered to the four corners. We got people in the continent watching us here also. We're all over the place. But somehow, some way, in these days, these last days, the Most High has allowed us to be able to commute with each other and to, you know, gather together on Shabbat and esteem his name. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. All esteem to Yahuwah. Can BBNU please read my question? Yeah, let me go to it. Give me one sec, sis. Hold on. I'm trying to find it here. Oh, I'm not quite understanding it though, because my daughter is RH negative, but I'm not, and her dad isn't. So how is this possible? Okay, so when it comes to somebody being RH negative, you're saying that you're not and her dad isn't. Well, from my understanding, when it comes to RH negative blood, it's only really possible if it comes from someone's paternal lineage. So, for example, let's say the mother is RH negative, but the father isn't. That RH negative gene could come from the mother. Now, if you have two people that are RH negative, essentially that person, that baby will become RH positive. So I can't really tell you specifically how that person is or how your daughter is RH negative when you nor her father have it. But yeah, normally how it works is it's passed down through one of the parents. So specifically, I can't say how that plays out personally. Yes, thank you, Frank. Hit the like button, y'all. Come on, family. Hit that like button. We having a good time. We enjoying our Shabbat. We talking biblical truth. All esteem Yahuwah. Oh, rare gem of Yahuwah Zoraya. Shalom, family. Much love everyone because Yahuwah set us apart. We are like no other and no other can be like us. Shabbat shalom. I love you guys. I love you too so much, sis. Thank you for joining us. I was looking for you too. Bro, I've gotten so used to seeing y'all, bro. It's like when I don't see somebody, I'm looking. I'm scanning the chat. I'm like, where are you? I always be looking for y'all, gang. I'll be looking for y'all because it's like when I don't see somebody I'm used to seeing, I'm like, where are you? Where you at? You know what I'm saying? Yada, yada. But yeah. Okay. Kim Terry says, we watched it twice and will again and again and again. Yes, absolutely. And somebody has shared that documentary on the End of the World Ministry Facebook group. So that got it even more views. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people in the Abari Truth that are a little bit more known have been hitting me up like, yo, that documentary is lit. Now, I want to do a part 2, but the thing about documentaries is I like doing them, but they take so long. They take so long to do, y'all. It's not like a live show where I can just jump on. I don't never write nothing. I don't do nothing. I just talk out the top of my mind. And then I just go to different stream or different biblical scriptures, different tabs, and I just go through a show like that. Documentaries, I literally have to record the vocals, record certain parts, put it all together, do the editing. It's just so much more work. So I probably will do documentaries. I'm just not going to do them often because they take too dang long. It took me 5 days to do that. A lot of editing, a lot of time. It took too long. So I like documentaries and I like that setting that I have on it, but I don't like all the work that goes into it. It takes too long to get it done. But usually the end product is worth it. This is why they forced and tricked us into accepting their GOD-JC. Exactly. And as I've proven, that name is pagan. Keeping It Real says a lot of nations come from the fallen. Yes. And that's going to lead me to my next point. So we're going to get back to this lesson, y'all. Annie K says, I was in a hospital when I saw that. Really? The documentary? Cray. I don't know. That's kind of creepy, man. Watching a movie like that in a hospital of all places where you probably got RH negative blood. Yeah. Kind of just makes me cringe a little bit. Yeah, so I've shared this video over 10 times. I believe there's more that could be tackled. It was the first video I saw on your channel. Wow. Yada, yada. So clearly, see, some people have a problem with that video. They don't like it because they've said it's anti-white, it's this, it's that. But yet, Yahuwah has used this video to bring so many people that are his actual children to this channel. Listen, only people that are of that bloodline and are on the side of that bloodline have a problem with this movie because it is the truth. But here's the thing. Why do they have such an issue with it when they told us we're cursed with black skin and they said all these bad things about us, we're savages and this and that? The reason why they have a problem with it is because it proves they're the savages. They're the ones that were uncivilized. Okay, let me just say it in a nutshell. Basically, that movie destroys the concept of sour cream supremacy. Let's just call it what it is. I done destroyed the whole concept of the white supremacist power structure. That's why people are mad. That's exactly why. That's really what it comes down to. But anyway, y'all. Bathia, hey sis, good to see you. Good to see you, sis. All esteem to Yahuwah. Hey. Zion Rain says that's why they changed our names to slavery to hide who we are, and because many slaves had Yahuwah in their names, which gave our father tribute, honor, praise, etc. Exactly, y'all. Exactly. All right, y'all. Aki Bino says my girl RH negative, both her parents is full Mexican, but she got that Spaniard down the line. But my kids with her aren't RH negative. Okay, well that's good. I mean, usually a child will not get RH negative blood under certain circumstances, because sometimes like you have to get a shot, right? Ultimately, you have to get a shot in order for the child not to pass away, essentially, the Rogam, right? But even when that woman gets that, sometimes that bloodline will still be passed down to the child. So it just depends, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you got different types of negative blood, RH negative blood. Hello, I wasn't creeped out, but I definitely used my headphones. Right? Oh boy. Okay, family. We're gonna keep going. I still have some more that I gotta talk about in regards to that, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's keep going. Okay. All right. So we talked about the division. We talked about how you'll be a problem if you stand on the truth of Yahuwah, Yahusha, so on and so forth. All right. Now, let me say this boldly and directly. This truth separates and divides, okay? It does. And we're going to see what the Messiah said. Yehukanan, John 15:18-21. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love his own. But because you are not of the world, but I've chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said unto you. The servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If you have guarded my word, they will, if they have guarded my word, they will guard yours also. But all these things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they know not him who sent me. So this is not so much personal. This is spiritual. They know not Yahuwah, the Aluah of our nation. Therefore, they hate him and they hate you because you are a follower of the Messiah. And if you are from the bloodline of the Messiah, they really hate you. There's just no way around that. Whether you are a bloodline Israelite that comes from Jacob, as Messiah did, or whether you are a nation who has cleaved and grafted into Jacob, you will be hated. Okay, there's just no way around this. Luke 12:51-53. Suppose ye that I come to give peace on earth, I tell you, nay, but rather division. So Yahushua is saying, I'm not coming to bring peace, I'm coming to divide. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, 2 against 3. The father shall be divided against the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. So clearly, this truth is divisive. Now, when it comes to Christianity, you do not see this same level of division. You don't. You were invited to church picnics, church choir events, singles conferences. When you were a Christian, it was all fine and dandy. But when it comes to Yahuwah, Yahusha, Oh no. You have been discommunicated from the cookout, essentially. You know what I'm saying? Esther Light sent $10. Thank you so much, sis. All esteem to Yahuwah. Let's take a look at some more scriptures. Let's take a look at what the scriptures say. Are you willing to suffer hardship? That's another question you got to ask yourself, family. Yasharal, to the nations grafted in. Are you willing to suffer for Mashiach as he suffered for you? Because when it comes to me, I'm 10 toes down for Yahushua the Messiah. All right. This is Kafarishun, 1 Peter 4:14 through 16. For if you be reproached for the name of Mashiach, happy are ye. For the Ruach Alua of esteem rest upon you. On their part he is evil spoken of, but on your part he is esteemed. But let none of you suffer as a murderer, as a thief, or as an evildoer, or as a busybody in other men's matters. Yet if any man suffer as in Mashiach, let him not be ashamed, but let him esteem Alua on his behalf. So this is why I say, family, what I experienced this week, what I've been experiencing since I released this documentary, I still give esteem to the Most High, because this is what the righteous deal with. Constant spiritual warfare. You know, Hashatan is not going to constantly be on attack against you if you're doing his will. If you're doing his will, why does he need to attack you? Why would he make you want to stop doing something by attacking you? He attacks you because he wants to knock you off track. You keep on keeping those feast days. You keep calling on his name. You keep on standing these heathens and presenting your case against the heathens. You keep telling them, yes, I'm Yahshua, and yes, it matters. You keep on telling them, yes, his name does matter. You keep on telling them if they don't keep the Torah, their prayers are an abomination. Keep educating them. Don't you back down from them. Whether you're from another nation or whether you are Yahshua, you keep on telling that truth. Esteem Yahuwah. Do not back down. Kazun, Revelations 2:10. This is what Messiah says. Fear none of these things which you shall suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that you may be tried. You shall have tribulation 10 days and be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. He that has an ear, let him hear what the Ruach says unto the called out assemblies. He that overcomes shall not be hurt of the second death. Yahusha overcame, family. He's telling you, you can overcome. If he did it, you can do it. Yahusha said, greater works can you do. Even greater works than him, he said you can do. This is how we prove our amunah, our belief in the Most High. Not being fearful, but standing unapologetically when it comes to the word of the Most High. When it comes to the truth of what the scriptures say. When it comes to the truth of who you are. It does matter. What the Most High has said, how much he loves you, it does matter. They're just mad because it's not talking about them. Let's keep going. Mathath Yahu 24:9-10. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall unalive you, and you shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. Now, if you are a Bari, or if you are from another nation, and you are married to somebody, or in a relationship on the path to marriage with somebody in this truth, this is a reason to say all praises to the Most High. Because I've seen too many examples of this truth dividing people, dividing marriages. All right. I've seen so many examples of that. And if you are married to somebody or in a relationship and you're working towards marriage with that person in Yahusha, that is truly a blessing. Because this truth right here causes divorces. It does. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes, which is why I'm saying it's so important. If if you are in this truth and you know somebody in the truth, you are blessed. You truly are. Reading some of the comments here. Yes, this is do or die. Hallelujah. Yes, it is. I will never, ever, Markia, ever turn my back on Yahuwah after all he's done. After all the love he's pouring out, all the truth he's revealed, the ancient truths he's brought out, after all he said in his word about what he's going to do for his people, why would I run back to the lie? Why? There is no redemption that's coming from the heathen nations. There is no redemption that's coming from JC. There is no redemption that's coming from any of these heathen idols. Our redemption is only coming by the hand of the Most High. So why would we go back? He is going to deliver us. He sent his son to us first. He is going to deal with our oppressors. I'm never going back. Ever. Ever. You said it. You said it. Truth is the truth. Yes, sis. Absolutely. Christopher Roller. I didn't know you were there, Aki. Austin Yahuwah. We're married in this truth together. True blessing. Yes, Aki. And I tell Ak this all the time. This is one of our beloved Akis from another nation. Him and his wife, Danielle. They're in this truth together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm happy for them because I understand when you're by yourself, it is hard. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I've seen marriages break apart over this. One girl, man, I know her personally. She had a husband, right? But she looks at him as wicked and pagan because he still wants to be a Christian, but she wants to follow Yahuwah. And, you know, she's just like, I don't want to be married to him anymore. She's like, I've tried to kind of, you know, acclimate him and be patient with him, but it's very, very difficult. And yes, family, I've dated Black women that were Christian and try to show them this truth. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as I started saying that Jesus Christ is a F-A-G-G-O-T, oh, they didn't want to talk to me no more. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it can be very divisive. So if you have someone that you know, that you love, that you're married to, or you are planning on marrying them in this truth, consider yourself extremely bereaved. And I'm not saying your marriage or your relationship is going to be perfect, right? You will have trials and tribulations. But if you guys can both come to the Most High Yahuwah, Yahusha, together and pray together in the true names without the paganism, that's a beautiful thing. Yada Yahuwah. Markia says the truth is divisive. I learned this immediately. It is. It very much is. And you will also deal with spiritual warfare in this walk, family. Shout out to Esther. Thank you so much for sending the $10 super sticker. I really appreciate it. It is very divisive, and you will experience trials and tribulations about certain things. Okay. And I'm not going to tell you it's going to be 100% walk in the park, even if you are married to someone in the truth. You guys will still deal with spiritual warfare, especially if you're Yasharal, especially if you are a Bari, you are in a Bari marriage. Okay. It will be very, very difficult. You know, it's just the truth. But whether you're by yourself, whether you are married, unmarried, dating, whatever it is, if you accept the truth of Yahuwah Yahusha, it's just not going to be easy, family. I'm sorry. But that's how you know this is the narrow path. You got to keep on enduring to the end, as King Yahusha has told us, family. Abiyahu says, I was married 30 plus years and still married, but we can't live together because we have different understanding of Yahuwah. But you know, the beautiful thing about that, though, beloved, is it's not too late. Things can change. Let's say you might have got married before you knew the truth and you were a Christian. And you're no longer a Christian, but your significant other, your spouse, is Christian. But they are Yasharal. It's not too late for them to come to understand it, because I believe the Most High is not done waking us up. We're only in like maybe what you could call like the third wave of the awakening with Putin. There's going to be greater things than that are going to happen. What about the two witnesses? What if they show up? They're going to be two Black men, obviously. Now, some people believe the two witnesses are not literal men, but I do believe that they are literal men. So when they show up, you think that they're not going to be telling you who you are? Telling your husband that they're the chosen people? Calling on the name Yahuwah Yahusha? I'm sure they will. And the world going to hate them and call them Black Hebrew Israelites too. I'm just saying. That's part of the hatred. But Yeah, it's not too late for them. You know what I'm saying? And I just believe that a lot will be revealed that will make things clear if marriages, relationships, even, you know, your ties to your family are on the fence because of this truth. So don't stop praying and loving him, even though you guys don't see eye to eye on that. King Shaq X Judah says, I feel bad for the older folks who are stuck in their ways. My dad is a perfect example. Yeah, Ak, my mom is 100% that. Traditions. We just talked about that earlier. She just chooses traditions over truth. You know, she feels like, and I said this before, she feels as if she's doing a great disservice to the family name if she goes any way to the right or to the left outside of that. But I mean, that's really what's going to keep us ensnared, for real. A lot of our people are going to be ensnared because of tradition, even though we have a tradition of wickedness. I mean, even when I think about the South, my family comes from the South. Obviously, my family are descendants of slaves. Eating pork, eating, you know what I'm saying, ham every holiday and all that stuff. Stuffing their face with pig lard every holiday. Celebrating the Babylonian holidays. We have a tradition of wickedness according to what the scriptures say and the things we shouldn't be doing. But they don't want to understand that, which is part of the problem when it comes to the separation between me and them. I come from a big Yahudi family, and I'm the only one that knows the truth. I don't believe that that is an accident at all. Patricia Matthews says, yes, by myself is so hard. I understand, sis. You know, and I want to say this to some people out there that may be dealing with this by yourself. You know, I want you guys to understand that I created a Discord for people to fellowship. And as I mentioned before, I wasn't very active this week because I've been dealing with a lot, but I'm opening up my Discord for people to fellowship. So you have people to talk to. You can private message people if you got information, end times news, whatever it is you want to share with us, Abari Yashua Lee music, or, you know, whatever it is you have, you know, you want to introduce yourself. You want to tell us about yourself. You are free to join our Discord. Okay. I created this community so we could all talk to each other. We could all be in fellowship. So I'm going to post that in the chat real quick in case you have not joined it yet. I'm going to post it here in the chat. Join our Discord. Feel free to come and fellowship with us. You know what I'm saying? We'd love to have you. Hold on. Let me come back on the screen real quick. Yeah, Discord is good, especially with the Abari. Yeah, it'll help you learn some basic Abari things. Yaki Yada says, I'm in the same situation. He did leave Christianity to go into Kemetic. Oh, man. Oh, Kemetic teachings, not the ways of Egypt. Oh, Father in heaven, that's the worst. And I see so many of our people falling for that, which proves that they don't understand the Bible, because Yahuwah said specifically not to do the ways of ancient Egypt. But she says, I'm in a situation. He did leave Christianity to go into Kemetic teachings and says, I'm lost and have not truly awakened, or keep on believing that. Keep on believing that, but I'm still praying. Yeah. I mean, I've noticed that when it comes to Kemeticism, there's so much more of a push for that than there is the truth of who we are. And we attach to everything but Yasharah. Everything but that. The world doesn't have a problem with you identifying as a dog, identifying as a bowl of chili, identifying as Kemetic, a Christian, Muslim. But as soon as you claim to be Yasharah, as soon as you claim to say that I'm from the tribe of Yahuda, guess who's gonna come knocking on your door and trying to censor you? The Jewish. They got a problem. They don't care about you being anything else but claiming who you truly, truly are. That's crazy, bro. It's insane. But keep on praying for him. You know what I'm saying? I just believe Yahuwah ain't done waking up his people, y'all. I just don't believe that. These dry bones have to fully come alive. We're seeing this is the rattling right now that we're seeing. And the dry bones are coming alive, but they have to truly come alive, because the second Exodus is near. So I believe there's so much more that's going to be revealed in time, family. Yummy says, yep, they leaving and going to Islam and Kemet. Yeah, absolutely. And it's sad. It's sad. But at the same time, there's a lot of information out there. I mean, I feel like with the Kyrie Irving thing, that should have been at least worth checking out. Because once again, y'all, if you're following Islam, you are following the religion of the oppressor. You are following the religion of the oppressor. You're following those who enslaved you. I don't understand why you would do that. I mean, if you're going to talk about Christianity, then why would you follow this? They did you. I mean, look, it says right here. Hold on. Let me show this to you real quick, y'all. I'm just saying, if we going to, you know what I'm saying, call out the heathens, or why are you following the ways of the heathens, period. 140 million victims of the Islamic slave trade. However, at least 28 million Africans were enslaved by the Muslims, as of at least 80% of those captured by the Muslim slave traders were calculated to have died before reaching the slave markets. They did you dirty too. They did you just as dirty as the white man. So why are you following their religion? And once again, this is one of the curses. You will serve the idols of the heathens of wood and stone. The Christian cross with the white Jesus on it, and the stone, the Kabbalah stone of Islam. Our people are still under these curses, which is why they're still following this stuff. And it's really sad. They want to be everything but Yasharal. A lie seems to always be easier to believe than the truth. Absolutely. Because the truth requires change. The truth requires sacrifice. The truth requires a renewing of the mind. The lie, not so much. So it's easier. That's why I love the Testament of Job from the Apocrypha. Oh, wow. I've never read that before. I'm going to have to read that. Thanks for the recommendation. I'm going to definitely check. Matter of fact, let me write that down so I don't forget. Yada yada. Testament of Ayub or Job. I'm writing that down because I'm definitely going to check that out, sis. Thank you for giving me that. I never even heard of that one before. Melanated by Yah, continue to plant the seeds and lead by example and follow the Most High to give the increase. Exactly. For those of y'all that have family members and people who don't accept who you are and have not been willing to embrace the truth, you lead by example. Show your devotion and your love for the Most High by the feast days, by being more modest, by breaking away from the world, breaking away from the customs of the world, showing them that you've truly changed. You've truly, really become a new person. That's how you get people to be interested, because then they'll say, wow, bro, you really changed. I remember when we used to do this, this, and that. But then they see that you changed, and that's going to make them realize, like, wow, they really have become a better person. So you lead by example. The Bible says, let your light so shine that men may see your good works and esteem Yahuwah, which is in heaven. Yada Yahuwah. When a lot of people come into the truth, they expect quick blessings instead of humbling themselves. Oh, yeah. You, especially if you're of the bloodline, you're going to get it worse. You're going to get it bad. And the nations, they kind of want the Most High's blessings, but they don't want his curses. So everybody could claim to be us, but yet when it comes to these curses, man, it's like, y'all definitely don't want that. And all these nations claiming to be us, they wouldn't be claiming to be us if they, experience these curses. Because I don't think any nation will want them if you've dealt with them. Vincent Ron says we're a stiff-necked people. Yes, indeed we are. My family is such proof of that. All right, y'all. We're going to continue on here. Okay. All right. So, as I said, if you are in this truth and you are able to essentially be married and know the Most High and know his son, and your spouse knows the Most High, knows his son, that is definitely something to be grateful and thankful to the Most High for, because as I said before, this truth does divide a lot of people. Okay. So let's keep going. The worst thing to do, as I said, is to pursue someone who does not know the truth. If you are a Yahudi, find you a man or woman who is in the truth. That is also Yasharah. The worst thing to do is dating a man or woman who is Yasharah, that is still a Christian. To the other nations, understand that dating these other nations, many will not accept the truth. So let's say you're, you know what I'm saying, white, so to speak, right? And maybe you might want to date another white man because, as we know, Yasharah is only for Yasharah. I've said that plenty of times. So let's say you might want to date another white man. That white man might not want to accept that you follow the Hebrew black Messiah, Yahusha. They may not want to accept that you cleave to the Negroes. So that's also something to understand. To the other nations, understand that dating these other nations, many will not accept the truth about who Yasharah is, as well as the Messiah. If the truth is not presented from a Eurocentric Christian perspective, if you're already married, you have to make it work. If you are not, you have to make it work. If you are not, keep this in mind. It's also important to use discernment when deciding whom you want to marry. Separation also includes mother, daughter, father, stepmother, etc. Now, if you are married already and you're having struggles when it comes to this truth, because you made a covenant before the Most High, you have to really try your best to work through it. Now, if your significant other leaves you, like if you have a man and he say, I don't want nothing to do with this, and he leaves and he walks out the house, the scriptures say to let him go. If he writes you a certificate of divorce, let him go. If your wife wants to walk out because you're a man and you want to follow this truth, and she wants to walk out, let her go. Okay? Now, if they want to reconcile because they changed their mind, maybe they might have just seeked the Most High, or maybe something might have saw on social media. Maybe they might have come across my videos. Maybe they were, refusing to watch my videos and they just happened to watch it and some things made sense and they want to reconcile. If they're willing to reconcile, allow them to. Okay? Don't turn them away, because that might be a moment where Yahuwah is speaking to them specifically, and that's just the time for that marriage to really, really blossom in Yahuwah Yahusha. So if a person does actually want to reconcile, do not turn them away, even if they initially walked away from you or decided to leave you. Okay? Always, Yahuwah does not encourage divorce, and I understand in many instances some people have to do that, but if a person does want to reconcile, allow them to. Now, in certain situations, I would say you have to be careful, because some people are narcissistic, some people are abusers, and some people are acting like they want to reconcile just to make your life worse, which is why it's so important to understand the hearts and minds of those who you do choose to marry. Okay, it's just very, very important to understand that. Okay. All right. If you are single in this truth, it can always be much harder because you may feel alone. But always remember that there is a Discord that I created for people to fellowship, and I do these teachings and gatherings at least twice a week. Yahuwah willing. This narrow path is not easy, but that's how you know it's the truth. And you can see all these religions. Obviously, Christianity is the biggest religion, okay? This almost has 2 billion followers in Christianity and 1 billion in Islam, okay? 800 million in Hinduism and about 1.6 million in other religions. But Christianity is the strongest delusion. Some people disagree with me. It is, bro. Look at these statistics. Judaism is not so much a strong delusion because, I mean, as far as them claiming to be the people, it is, but there's not everybody that's running to be ish, because they only accept certain people in their, in their circle. But you can see Christianity, when it comes to the Abrahamic religions, is the most accepted and the most sought out when it comes to these religions, which proves it's not the narrow path, it's the broad path. I mean, 2 billion followers worldwide, that tells me everything I need to know. All right. As the children of Yasharah, we are a reproach unto the nations, which is why there is such hatred of us as a people everywhere. Let's take a look at these scriptures. Now look at these beautiful, gorgeous, beloved daughters of Zion. But somehow, some way, this woman had to turn around and just give this look of disgust. Oh, boy. And honestly, daughters of Zion, this is how a lot of them feel about you. Okay, I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. We having a real conversation. Y'all know I'm not going to mince my words. I'm going to tell you what it is, and I'm going to show you proof. Because I got a video. This little square here means I got a video to show you. When it comes to the black man and the white man, this dude hates you. Okay, he hates you. She hates the daughters of Zion. It's just what it is. Okay, now, before we move on here, I'm going to prove it because I have some evidence here, some videos that I'd like to show. Let me come back on the screen. Let me show y'all something real quick here. I got some few videos. Now, daughters of Zion, I'm going to start with you first. These nations are jealous of you. Okay, I'm going to keep on telling you that because I need y'all to understand that we need to stop trying to look like them. And we need to stop chasing after them. And I'm not saying y'all do that or anything like that, but it's just I've noticed this self-hate in black women is so strong. And it's strong among black men too, but it's stronger in the black female community. And I'm just trying to get y'all black women to understand these women are jealous of you. That's why they want your man. They're chasing after your man because they want to throw it in your face. It's not because they actually truly, you know what I'm saying, just like black men. A lot of times it's a way to throw it back in your face and be like, ha, 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 I got a black man. But let me prove it. This is not going to be from my mouth, but this is from the mouth of a Caucasoid woman admitting she is jealous of black women. This is what you got to understand.
Braids or wear native African clothes. If we go and have an aggressive tan, we are never going to be questioned. That's white privilege. And that's why we can freely copy black women for everything they naturally are and reap benefits and even get praised on top of what another person's discrimination is all about. So how can we comfortably sit and be like, I'm wearing braids because it's only hair? No, it's not only hair. It's another person's daily struggle because it's their culture and they're not free to express it. Meanwhile, you, Karen, and you, Becky, you go out, wear the braids, get praises, and absolutely do nothing against the discrimination black women go through. That's the acceptance of compliments. That's when we are getting those compliments without correcting that, oh, thank you. This is actually a black hairstyle. This is actually, we are not even ready to question our own white privileges. That's why we are labeling it only hair so that we can comfortably culturally appropriate another person's identity. We are using these statements to make ourselves comfortable while we know that we are doing the wrong thing. We know, deep down we know, we just don't want to say it out because we want to reap the benefits.
And the thing is, she's right. But see, my problem with cultural appropriation is when I was with that white girl that I told y'all about, that I was once with a white girl at one point, I noticed she wanted to do everything black women wanted to do. Everything. Talking about, I want to get cornrows. I want to get it. I'm like, why do you want to be us so bad? And she's all like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just hair. I'm like, no, like you literally understand that what you're doing is trying to be something you're not. Something you're not. Go follow your culture, your ways. Just be okay with having your stringy noodle hair. You know what I'm saying? It's like they want to be us so freaking bad, and it's annoying. It's like for people y'all hate so much, y'all sure as heck can't seem to leave us alone and follow everything we do. I'm just, it's just like, it's crazy to me. Now, the reason why I'm talking about braids and cornrows specifically is I've mentioned this before in my Israelite video, the uniqueness of the Israelite. But I've told you before that the braid hairstyle was used as a map to escape off of the plantation. Here's an example. Ugh, I don't know where that came from. Salaki, y'all. So what are cornrows? Cornrows have eventually come from the Stone Age paintings found in Plateau Sahara region, and their usage goes as far as back as 3000 BC. Now we know, obviously, the Israelites had cornrows, had dreadlocks, so on and so forth. The hairstyle is also called cane rolls in the Caribbean region, is a type of African braiding hairstyle in which you braid the hair very close to the scalp in an underhanded upward motion in order to create a single line of raised roll. Okay, so this is a culture, especially of the Hebrews. Okay, I've talked about dreadlocks. I've talked about hairstyles. I've shown you images of the Yasharelim and the Israelites with nappy hair. I've showed you them with cornrows. I've showed you them with dreadlocks. Okay, it's all in scripture. This is just our people's way. While traveling its way from Egypt and Africa, cornrows created an immediate connection between people of the community, acting almost like a kind of vocabulary. As per Patrice Grell-Yersiek, who is the author of the blog Afro Bela in Trinidad, we call them cane rolls because of slaves planting sugarcane. Not only that, but cornrows are also indicative of a variety of social concepts like kinship, age, religion, ethnicity, status, and much more things related to one's identity. Now, pay attention to this. During the Middle Passage, or the period of the Transatlantic slave trade, when millions of Africans were brutally ripped from their homes and shipped to the New World or America, according to sources, the heads of the captured slaves were shaved not only as a sanitary means, but also to take away their own culture and identity from them. Okay? But keep in mind, the biggest way that cornrows helped African American slave population was by providing a discreet and easy way to hide, to transfer and create maps in order to leave their captor's place. Family, our ancestors used these hairstyles to escape the plantations. They were literal maps. They were literal maps. So when I see a white person wanting to get their hair braided, I say, you don't know nothing about the struggle. You don't know nothing about what our people went through. But now you want to just wear it because it's just hair. It's just a style. Homie, it was more than that. It was survival. It was survival, family. Let me see if I can find some images here. So when you think of something like this, this was essentially what you would think of. And I think this is really essentially where the zigzag came from, is that, you know, it was like, you could think of it more so like a map, right? So they would make us shave our heads because, one, to hide our identity. But those of us who did grow our hair out, our ancestors who did grow their hair out and did braid it or do cornrows or zigzags, we found ways out of the slave plantations. Wow. They were literal maps. Bro, there's nobody like us, dude. I'm sorry. There is not. There's no one like Yasharal. Okay, so I showed you that. Now, what video?
But have you actually read your Bible?
Let me show you this other thing. This is from a cartoon, okay? And I want you to just take a look for yourself. It's about Jesus Christ. Just take a look.
Olet nyt terve. I beg your pardon?
That. So the Bible says that the Most High cursed people with white skin or leprosy. So why is it in this cartoon they're depicting white Jesus as healing somebody from dark skin? Well, there's no example of someone being cursed with dark skin, but that's part of the lie. So they've been indoctrinating our kids, even in your pagan Sunday school, with hatred for our people. And if you pay attention, notice he has no teeth. Oh, man, this religion, bro. I'm telling you. All right, let's keep going. Now, I'm going to show you another example of a white woman admitting to you, daughters of Zion, our beautiful, beautiful melanated sisters, they are jealous of you.
Was the question, why do white people hate black people so much?
Hold on, yo. I'm laughing at Frank. He said he just gave that dude leprosy. That was hilarious, Aki. Yo, I came with the jokes today, man. I'm telling you, bro. That was hilarious. Yeah, he just literally gave the white JC just gave the dude leprosy. Facts. I didn't even catch that. Austin, y'all. I had to highlight that. That was hilarious. All right, y'all. Let's get back to it. So a white woman admits that she's jealous of black women.
Was the question, why do white people hate black people so much? I have been in situations where I've been surrounded by nothing but white people. And this conversation has come up. The race conversation has come up. And no one ever has an actual reason as to why they hate black people. There's always these, oh, black on black crime. Oh, they're lazy. Oh, they're this. But it's not actually, there's no legitimacy behind their reasoning. It's just shit that they've heard and they're regurgitating. And so, long story short, it really comes down to there is no reason. It's a deep-seated jealousy, a deep-seated hate that, you know, black people exude greatness. Black people are the great inventors. Black people are the beginning of the human race, the Eve gene. And white people have worked so hard to erase the history and erase the greatness of the black race. Down to even when things are invented, the majority of things that are invented were invented by a black person. But yet the white race has actually erased the original inventor from history and have put their names on things that they had no business putting their names on.
Okay, so we can see that this woman told no lies. They are jealous of you, family. They are. And you know, until we understand that, you know, we need to, until we fully understand that everything that these nations have done to you and continue to do to you, let me show y'all this real quick. Shout out to Morning Glow. She sent this to me. I had seen it, but when I saw it, I was pissed off. Let me show this to you. I saw this happened this week. And when I saw it, homie, I was livid. Some people would be like, yeah, sir, you overreacting, but I see what they're doing and I don't like it. Okay. The black students in Trump at Chick-fil-A may be more than meets the eye. I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you, said Montgomery, who hugged Trump during the recent stop in Atlanta. Do y'all see how they keep on pandering to us with stereotypes? And our people are eating this stuff up. This dude is making fun of you. Because when it comes to black people, you know what I'm saying? They know we like some fried chicken, right? I like fried chicken. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't. I mean, of course I like fried chicken, right? But they always attach it to the racial stereotypes. Just like with the sneakers, the tap dancing shoes. Let's look at the Trump tap dancing shoes. Because that's what they are. That's what they make me think of. So the Trump sneakers, right? So we have these shoes right here. And then we obviously have black people buying them. Now, no time prior to black people being interested in voting for Trump did he ever sell sneakers. Okay. And then, of course, you have Joe Biden sitting around a family eating fried chicken. When are our people going to stop letting these people make fun of you? Okay. When are people, and he was sitting around a black family and you can see they're eating Popeye's chicken. Okay. When are people going to stop letting these white folks play in your face? When are y'all going to say, I don't want nothing to do with these heathens? When are you going to say, I don't want no heathens ruling over me? When are you going to say, Yahushua HaMashiach is enough? Yahuwah is enough? Because this is just like what happened in the first covenant, where Yasharal was begging Samuel or Shamuel to give him a king. They wanted to be like the other nations. When are we going to learn? When are we going to learn, Yasharal? These folks don't care about you. They are purposefully making fun of you and using racial stereotypes. And yet our people want to gather around and hug these folks. It's just, Oh boy, it does irritate me, man. It really does. They only need us. Mathias says I made some air fried chicken last night. I ain't gonna lie, homie. I'm not gonna lie. Fried chicken actually does sound delicious right now. I ain't gonna even cap it. It actually really does. Lady Audi says they're trying to be cool with status as well as trying to gain something that is just not there. Yeah, they only care about you. It's just like what's that girl's name? Glorilla. She was just with Joe Biden. They only care about you when it's election season because they have something to gain from you. Now, essentially, bro, I don't really believe elections really actually mean anything because you've got the Electoral College. Obviously, some of y'all might know who she is. I'm not a fan of her, bro, but this is her with Joe Biden, okay? And you notice when it comes to Joe Biden getting like black people to vote, he always gets someone that looks more racially ambiguous. Now, the last time he dealt with somebody, it was Cardi B, as if Cardi B speaks for the black community. But why are they always lighter skinned? That's what I've noticed. They're never a melanated. You will never see him get somebody like SZA. They're always someone. Now, Cardi B, according to what I can understand, is not an Afro-Latina because her parents are not Negro. According to what I understand, she's not Negro. See, she thinks because she was with a black man, was married to a black man, she thinks that makes her black. But this is heathen. She's heathen. He's Yahudi. She's heathen. But essentially, this is her mom, okay? And this is her dad. I see Edom. I see Edom, gang. I see Edom. But see, this is the problem with mixing with these nations. They feel like because she got a child that's mixed and she's with a black man, she can be the voice of the black community. This is the problem, y'all. Y'all are those who are chasing after these other nations are emboldening them. That's all you're doing is emboldening them. It's just like Kim Kardashian. She feels like she has the say on every single, up and coming athlete. Now, some people say, well, she's into white guys because she was with Pete Davis. She was only doing that to shame Kanye. That's what she was doing. She's not really into white men. She's into black men. Okay. And once again, she says some very disrespectful things about black women, just like Cardi B. And then they want to go hug up next to a black dude. And they just, these niggas just open up their arms wide open and say, come on, come on, come on, let's make a baby. Y'all have to look at how these nations talk about our women, y'all, before you're just so willing to make a child with them. That's my problem. It's like I've noticed when it comes to interracial relationships, a black man will treat a white woman better than he will treat a black woman. Maybe he was with a black woman before, right? But then he'll treat that white woman way better than he treated the black woman. He'll open the door for the white woman. You know what I'm saying? He'll pull out the chair for the white woman. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to the black woman, he don't even give her a second thought. That's my issue with this interracial stuff. I mean, aside from the fact that it's the Most High said not to do it, it's just that a lot of times we treat black women like they're less than. Do you realize that as long as the black woman is around, if the black woman is not around, we as a black man cease to exist. Because if you take the black woman out of the equation, there is no more niggas. I hate to say it that way, but it's the truth. There's no black man without the black woman. There just isn't. You will be whited out and completely just gone. Negroes will be a thing of the past. We need the black woman. We do. It's the truth. We need our Israelite sisters more than ever right now. Why do you think that these nations are starting to admit who you are? Starting to admit that the black woman has the Eve gene? Don't you think that makes those other nations who are realizing that much more dangerous to her? I'm just saying, man. The more we bash, like I saw a video, family, it made me so angry. And I said, this dude has to be the feds. I'm not going to show you the video because to our beloved daughters of Zion that are watching this stream, it's kind of traumatizing for a woman to hear. But this black man was essentially saying that we need to get rid of our beloved women. And it went viral. Now, thankfully, his platform was completely destroyed because black men rose up and spoke out about it. You know, black women spoke out on TikTok and exposed it. So his platform was deleted. But he was essentially saying that we need to, you know what I'm saying, unalive black women. Just terrible. And Cynthia G, she said the opposite of that. We need to unalive black men. Listen, y'all, as a black man, I could say that I understand that some of our men are not treating y'all right. I understand that some black men are not respecting you and treating you and understand your value to us as men. But please, I'm begging all black women, whether you're watching this right now or whether you're watching this later, please stop saying that niggas ain't nothing. Niggas ain't SHIT. And black men, I'm begging you, please stop saying that black women ain't so on and so forth. Family, we need each other. And I hate it when we bash each other left and right just because maybe you had a bad experience with a black man, or maybe you had a bad experience with a black man. But this is why Yahuwah is waking us up so we can return to righteousness and be the black men and the black women that you were called to be. And I pray that the Most High make every black man a priest. Call us back to our righteous positions, because I understand there are some Israelites out here that are using the scriptures to, you know what I'm saying, treat our sisters like trash. And I understand. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not justifying that. But not all of us are the same. And there are many of us who stand by our black women, and we will continue to fight and protect our black women. And I'm one of them. So we're not all against you. And I just think that there's been a lot of brainwashing and this interracial thing that's been foisted on us. Just know every form of white supremacy that we've dealt with and that we've seen has affected the way that we think. But I mean, that doesn't change the fact that we should be sticking together. Ultimately, that's really what it's going to come down to. Because there is a war against us as a people. But we're going to keep on going, family. I got a few more clips I'm going to show you, and I'm going to get off of here. Last thing I want to show you is this woman clearly mocking black women, essentially with this video and saying, oh, look at my dreads. You guys wear weaves. I'm just showing you guys this. So if there is a black man that's watching this, to understand that these women are only really with you to throw it in the black woman's face. And maybe you'll wake up and stop playing in the snow. Here we go.
It's always the black women with weaves who want to hate on my beautiful, free-form, curly dreadlocks. It's like, no. Bye, Shaquandra.
Ugh. Bro, she looked like she stink. Man. Ugh. She looked like she smelled bad. I'm serious, bro. No, sir. Ryland says, we have many bed bugs and bed wenches destroying our people from the inside. Many brainwashed and non-brainwashed that favor our oppressors, period. Sickening. Yeah, Ak. And those bed wenches and those bed bugs are the ones given platforms. But what they fail to understand is, as long as you are pushing sour cream supremacy, they'll give you a seat at the table. Candace Owens learned the hard way that as long as you bashing your own, oh, we're all with it. But you start empowering your people, or you know what I'm saying? If you start, as long as you're bashing your own, you know, we're totally okay with that. However, if you talk about our people, oh no, we can't have that. Even if you're telling the truth, now she wants to run back to us, and oh, I want to jump on these black platforms. It's because she knew that ship was sinking. She knew that. They're totally okay with her bashing her own. But you say anything about them folks that claim to be, the so-called, hold on, where is it?
Jewish.
The problem. She had to learn the hard way, because at the end of the day, she's still a Negro. That's what she forgot about. I think she's actually Haitian. Lady Yaudi says she went to school with her. Hey, she's Haitian, isn't she? Or she's from like the islands or something like that, sis. She looked like she got mad bugs in her hair. Yeah. Bro. It's like, bro, when I saw her, bro, I just like, eat them. Just, she just looked like she smelled bad, bro. For real. Talking about Shaquanda. These folks. All right, y'all. We're going to jump into this, bro. I got to finish this up. I got like 30 minutes left. I'm going to just try to wrap this thing up. Okay. So we know the nations hate us. Black men, they hate you. Black woman, they hate you. I mean, pretty self-explanatory, right? This is Azara Shani, 2 Ezra 4, 23 through 30. For I did not wish to inquire about the ways above, but those about those things that we daily experience, while Yasharal has been given over to the nations in disgrace, while the people whom you love have been given over to wicked nations, and the law of our ancestors has been brought to destruction, and the written covenants no longer exist. We pass from the world like locusts, and our life is like a mist, and we are not worthy to obtain mercy. But what will he do for his name that is invoked over us? There again, there it is. He put his name in his people. Is about these things that I've asked. He answered me and said, if you are alive, you will see. And if you live long, you will often marvel. Because the age is hurrying swiftly to its end. It will not be able to bring the things that have been promised to the righteous in their appointed times. Because this age is full of sadness and infirmaries. For the evil about which you asked me has been sown. Okay? So Yasharal, you've been made a byword. You've been made a reproach. You've been beaten down. However, that seed has been sown, but the harvest of it has not yet come. They reap what they sow. Okay? If therefore that which has been sown is not reaped, and if the place where the evil has been sown does not pass away, the field where the good has been sown will not come. For a grain of evil was sown in Adam's heart from the beginning, and how much ungodliness or unrighteousness it has produced until now, and will produce until the time of threshing comes. So, wicked men have sown wickedness into your heart. They have made you hate yourself. They have made you a byword, but you reap what you sow. So this is the time of evil, but now the harvest of that seed that they have sown is coming up on them, which is what that eclipse was a sign of. Judgment is coming to the nations. We're going to read a few more of these, and I have another article. Matter of fact, let me show this to you real quick. We're already seeing the judgment, and I'm going to show you proof. Give me 1 second, family. Let me pull this up. Take a look at this. This is actually very interesting. Yes, Western Europe covered by a dust storm. Let me share this real quick with y'all. A lot of the nations of Europe have been affected and are having problems breathing because this Saharan dust storm from Africa came to Europe. A massive dust storm originating from the Saharan desert moved into Europe last week. The storm has so far reached the Spanish Canary Islands and the Iberian Peninsula, bringing hazy orange skies in Portugal. That's where our people were, by the way. The Directorate General of Health issued an air quality warning and recommended limiting time outdoors in some of the affected areas. Rain combined with dust is likely to cause orange-colored mud rain. The dust cloud engulfing the skies over Portugal is visible in this image acquired by one of the Copernicus Sentinel satellites. The Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service provides daily analysis and forecasts of worldwide long-ranging transport of atmospheric pollutants. More information is available here. So essentially, family, this is Western Europe being affected by this particles of dust that came all the way from sub-Saharan Africa directly into Europe. Let me see if I can find a more clearer image here. Let me see. Let me go here. Now, what's interesting about this to me is this is only affecting Europe. The judgment has already started. And this literally started during the eclipse, y'all. I just happened to come across this a few days after the eclipse. The Most High's judgment has already already started upon our end. But let's keep going. I just wanted to bring that up. All right. Let's keep going. Tahalim or Psalms 102 verse 8. My enemies reproach me all day, and they are mad against me, and have sworn 7 oaths against me. Tahalim or 79. Psalm 79, 1 through 8. O Lua, the heathen are come into your inheritance. Your Kadash temple have they defiled. They have laid Yerushalayim on heaps. The dead bodies of your servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heavens, the flesh of your sons unto the beasts of the earth. Their blood have they shed like water round about Yerushalayim, and there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. How long, Yahuwah? Right? How many of you have just asked Yahuwah, how much longer will we be in these situations? How much longer will we have to deal with the hatred of the nations? Well, once again, that sign is proof this is almost over, family. Will you be angry forever? Shall your jealousy burn like fire? Pour out your wrath upon the heathen that have not known you, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon your name. For they have devoured Jacob or Jacob, and laid waste his dwelling place. Oh, remember not against us former iniquities. Let your tender mercy speedily prevent us. We are brought down very low. This is Tahalim or Psalms 44, 11 through 18. You have given us like a sheep anointed for meat, and have scattered us among the heathen. You sell your people for naught, and do not increase your wealth by their price. You make us a reproach to our neighbors. Once again, proving that these curses that have been placed on us by Yahuwah has made us a reproach. Okay? But when these curses are reversed, they will become the reproach. You're already seeing it now. You keep hearing white people talking about anti-white racism. They are becoming the reproach. Okay? You make us a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. You make us a byword among the heathen, a shaking of the head of the people. Now, you've noticed that this does happen a lot with our people. We become a reproach. They've had us in derision. They've scorned us. We become a byword to them. N-I-G-G, hard E-R. M-O-N-K-E-Y-S. You know, just all these words that they use to describe us. A shaking of the head of the people. You ever notice when black people do something that white people don't like, they just shake their head? All these niggas, all these folks, all these people just shaking their head like, oh, there they go again. This is written, y'all. A shaking of the head among the people. Just like with these conservatives, right? If black people go out for spring break and have a little bit too much fun, you know what I'm saying? They start shaking their head. Oh, it's the typical kind, the typical type of people. A shaking of the head among the people. This was written. Let's keep going. 15. My confusion is continually before me, and the shame of my face has covered me. For the voice of him that reproaches and blasphemes by reason of the enemy and avenger, all this has come upon us, yet we have not forgotten you, neither have we dwelt falsely in your covenant. Our heart is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from your way. Tahalim or Psalms 31, 9 through 11. Have mercy upon you, O Yahuwah, for I'm in trouble. My eye is consumed with grief, my soul and my belly, for my life is spent with grief, my ears with sighing. My strength fails because of my iniquity, and my bones are consumed. I was a reproach among all my enemies, but especially among my neighbors, and a fear to my acquaintance. They did not see me without. They did see me without and fled from me. All right, I'm going to read a few of these and I'm going to hop off. This is Zephaniah or Zephaniah 2:8. I have heard the reproach of Moab and the revilings of the children of Ammon, whereby they have reproached people and magnified themselves against their border. There as have I lived, says Yahuwah Sabaoth, the Elu of Yasharal, surely Moab shall be as Sodom or Sodom, and the children of Ammon or Ammon as Amurah or Gomorrah. Even the breeding of nettles in salt pits and a perpetual desolation. The remnant of my people shall spoil them, and the remnant of my people shall possess them. This shall they have for their pride, because they have reproached and magnified themselves against the people of Yahuwah Sabaoth. Yahuwah will be terrible unto them, For he will famish all the Elohim of the earth, and men shall worship him, everyone from his place, even all the isles of the heathen. Baruch Rishon 2:4. First Baruch 2:4. Moreover, he, Yahuwah, has delivered them to be subjection to all the kingdoms that are round about us, to be as a reproach and desolation among all people round about, where Yahuwah has scattered them. Baruch Rishon, first Baruch 3:8-12. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments. Once again, we had to pay, they have to pay. Restitution. It's the way it works, okay? The Most High is not impartial. There's no partiality with Yahuwah, right? If we had to pay restitution for our mistakes and our ancestors, just like when you think about the Romans that were ruling in the time of Yahusha and Yahud or Judea, we had to pay taxes to them. Well, at the appointed time, it will be the other way around, okay? And to be subject to payments according to the iniquities of our fathers. So we had to make payments, pay restitution according to the iniquities of our fathers. Now, did we do those same set things our fathers did? No, we didn't. But we had to pay for the iniquities of our fathers, right? Which departed from our Eluah, Yahuwah. Hear, Yasharal, the commandments of life. Give ear to understand wisdom, how it happened to Yasharal, that thou art in thy enemy's land, that thou art waxen old in a strange country, that you are defiled with the dead, that you are counted with them that go down into the grave. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom. All right. Baruch Rishon, first Baruch 2:4. Moreover, he, Yahuwah, has delivered them to be in subjection to all kingdoms around about us, to be as a reproach, desolation among our people round about, where Yahuwah has scattered them. And I'm gonna read one more. Baruch Rishon, first Baruch through 8-12. Behold, we are yet in this day in our captivity, where you have scattered us for reproach and a curse to be subject. Okay, I just read that one. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay. All right, y'all. Now we've read a little bit about the reproach. Now we are gonna read about how Yahuwah is gonna turn off the reproach, and we will become the respected people of the Most High. We'll start off in Ual or Joel 2:17-19. Let the priest, the minister of Yahuwah, weep between the porch and the altar, and let them say, spare your people, O Yahuwah, and give not your heritage reproach, that the heathen should rule over them. Wherefore should they say among the people, where is their Eluah? Verse 18. When will Yahuwah be jealous for his land and pity his people? Yea, Yahuwah will answer, saying to his people, behold, I will send you again with grain and wine and oil, and you shall be satisfied therewith, and I will no more make you a reproach among the heathen. Yakazakal, Ezekiel 36:28. You shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. You shall be my people, and I will be your Eluah. I will also save you from all your uncleanliness, and call for the grain and will increase it. Lay no famine upon you, and I will multiply the fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, that you shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. So eventually, the nations will no longer look at us as a reproach, but they will become the reproach. Yakazakal, Ezekiel 36:12. Yea, I will cause men to walk upon you, even my people Yasharal, and they shall possess you. You shall be their inheritance. This is what these nations don't want to deal with. They are our inheritance. Now, the nations grafted in, they get an inheritance, but they are part of our inheritance. That's what they're not understanding. You shall no more henceforth bereave them of men. Thus says Yahuwah, because they say unto land, devour up men, and have bereaved your nations. Therefore you shall devour men no more, neither bereave your nations anymore, says Yahuwah. Neither will I cause men to hear you on the shame of the heathen anymore. Neither shall you bear the reproach of the people anymore. Neither shall you cause your nations to fall anymore, says Yahuwah. All right. This concludes our lesson for today. It's highly important that you understand that the truth brings people against you, and you will be hated by all nations because of this truth. And to the children of Yasharal, you are already a reproach to the nations, okay? But they accept you more when you're embracing the culture. So they don't want to, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to embrace you as Yasharal. But when you're embracing the culture of the Ashkenazi people, the one they gave you, right? It's a problem. Okay, so if you want to identify as Yahuda, it's a problem. But if you want to be a thug, you want to be a gangster, you want to be an ancient Kemet, they got, you know, they don't have a problem with that. They always tell you to stop being a thug and a criminal, but in truth, they'd rather you be that than the righteous remnant of the chosen people of Yahuwah. At some point, the nations will know who you are fully, and to those who do not, or those who do, you keep walking in righteousness and hold your head up high, Hebrew. All right? To all the people in this chat that are of the bloodline, keep holding your head up, okay? They will eventually have to acknowledge you, whether they want to now or not. They will be forced to, okay? So there's not really nothing to really worry about, okay? All right, so that's pretty much it. Let me come back on screen. Okay, all right. I'm going to just read a few more questions, and I'm going to hop off. Yes, so true. They profit from our device. Wake up, Yasharal. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. They are okay with you being a thug, being a, you know, a shooter, a criminal. They tell you stop being lazy, but in actuality, they profit from the criminal system. They profit from the prison industrial complex. They want nothing but to keep you in prison. So when they say stop acting out, stop, you know what I'm saying, you know, being a criminal, they want you to be. And that's why hip-hop music ain't changed. That's why it's gotten more worse. That's why it's got, you know, the drill music, people snitching on themselves, talking about how many niggas they done shot and all of that stuff. They want to keep you in this. They don't want you to turn away from it. They don't want you to. They truly don't. They'd rather you follow the culture your enemies gave you than you walking upright according to the will of the Most High. Do the opposite. Follow our Father. Okay, reading some more comments. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying, family. So, family, I got to get off of here. I actually have something I have to do right now, so I'm kind of in a rush. I love you guys. All esteem to the Most High. Thank you guys so much. It's been a great stream. Oh, we've been on almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Yada, Yahuwah. So, thank you guys so much, family. I love you guys. I will see you guys back here on Wednesday. We have another teaching we're going to be doing. So we'll be doing that Wednesday. I'm going to close out with a song. Much love to you all. May the Most High bless you all abundantly. Shout out to my moderators, Markia, Lady Yaudi. Shouts out to, who else we got here? Annie K, beloved sister, Amiya Yakiyada. Shout out to you, and shout out to everybody that joined. We always appreciate you. Shout out to Ryland. Okay, good to see you, Aki. Kylise, shout out to you. Shout out to the whole truth to help me, Yah. Shout out to Frank Arboreg. Atara Yashara. Is Paul preaching to the strangers or Israelites and Gentiles? He is preaching to both actual Israelites or Yahudim that became Hellenized, and he's also preaching to other nations because some of our people were amongst these heathens, following the heathen practices. So there's two groups he's dealing with, and I will probably do a teaching on that very, very soon, maybe next Shabbat. So yada yada for that. All right, y'all. So that's it for me. I'm gonna play another song here. All right, family. Love you guys. All esteem to Yahuwah. I told you guys I will play. All I see is Edom. Shalom.
Hey, Exer.
Everywhere I look, all I see is Edom. The president's policeman, yeah, he dwells among the heathen. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Eden. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. In Babylon, America, all I see is Edom. The pale-faced demon wants to weaken with deletion. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Eden. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. Yeah, the heathens will envy, can't do nothing about it. And you jealous cause we chosen and we don't care about it. Now the truth is coming out, you was dwelling in caves, eating bloody meat, but called us all savages, slaves. And the Edomites mad, but they gonna serve Jacob. So my people can't rejoice if you really just wake up. Now you wanna call me racist cause I'm speaking the truth. Yeah, Jacob on the rise, you sold your birthright for suit. Yeah, Esau and his seed, the Neanderthal nations, and Yahuwah scattered Jacob to Neanderthal nations. Jacob have I loved, Esau I have hated. Yahuwah gon' slide for his people, we elated. Everywhere I look, all I see is Edom. The president's policeman, yeah, he dwells among the heathen. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Edom. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. In Babylon, America, all I see is Edom. The pale-faced demon wants to weaken with deletion. The seed of the serpent, prophesied in Edom. When I see these Europeans, all I see is Edom. The white man is a very interesting individual. He does as little as possible while colonizing, stealing, deleting, then turns around and calls the black man lazy. He creates a system of favoritism, resource, privilege, wealth, power, and authority, and uses this very system to elevate himself and keep the black man down. But in the same breath, will call a black man racist for exposing this system the white man has used to his advantage. Now, you have to ask yourself, why did Hashatan use the white man's image to display perfection? Why did Hashatan use the white man to oppress Yasharal? Why did the strong delusion of Christianity all come from the image of a white man? It's time we see things for what they are. The white man is Esau and Edom. And sour cream supremacy is how Hashatan created the hatred of Jacob. The black man is in for the fight of his life against these devils. Yahuwah hated Esau and loved Jacob. Esau hates Jacob and the Allure of Jacob. Now we were told racism isn't of Yahuwah, and I agree it's not. But Hashatan created it and elevated those who can use it as a weapon against Yahuwah's chosen people. All I see is Edom, everywhere I look.
Hey, Xer.
Hey, yo, I'm sorry, y'all. I forgot to say, please smash the like button, family. It does help the algorithms. It does help the channel. Please, 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 please smash the like button. I just wanted to come back on here and just say that real quick. I love y'all so much. All esteem to Yahuwah and his beloved son, Yahusha Hamashiach. All right, family. I'll see you guys at the Discord. Everybody in the Discord. I'm going to be back over there, so I'll see you guys over there, okay? All right. Love you, family. Hit the like. Shalom.